Let's see. We are heading there. That way. Yeah, so it's the Midori Park or something. It's just not shown.
Nearby shadow detected. There. Now or never. This is your chance. It's showtime. Wide open. It needs a blast attack. Let's wrap this up quick.
What are they weak to anyway? Oh, they're done. So, he's good as someone like, Mitra is 33. This might be nice.
Like a walk in the park.
I'll reveal your true form.
Come on. Let's teach these guys a lesson.
Strike! If you remain, let's finish them off.
Was that it? That was fast.
Alright, so we got this area done. Okay, he's waiting for us.
How'd you make it through the snowstorm unscathed?
So this is the goon behind that snowy mess.
Oh, I'll get punished for sure if she finds out I goofed up. Sorry, but you're all gonna die right here.
Yeah, Frost, just need fire, so
Jack Frost! Leela's atop Arcade Monster! Come on!
I don't have a fire one. So we'll switch to on.
Switch out!
Oh, we use Showtime too, so why not?
Showtime! Your heart is mine. Keep it going! Here I go! Burn you up!
I'll still have quite a bit of health after this. Yep. Let's get out of that. Huge SP anyway. Bye-bye. Now for the rest of them.
Ooh, a new skill! Leave the support
Active
to me!
boost. So it boosts the active support
Yeah.
skill. Okay.
Oh no!
Hit points back. Good. Alright. Gotta get our SP now. So let's return. I think we got a Velvet Room too. I don't know if we have anything.
Hello, Trickster. Awaken your new
We
self.
do, 34 and 35. Okay. And these are two different ones. Alright, so.
It seems that it can gain new power.
We're losing Nuke. And then Psychic stays the same.
It seems that
And
it can
this
gain
one
new
is
power.
losing Frost. And that stays the same. Alright, so Nuke and Frost.
It seems that it can choose.
And of course I can't put Nuke on this one. Oh well. So let's see. Got fire, light, defense down. Fire we have a lot of, I remember, so we can go light, defense down. Oh, that's right, before we do any of that, I'll manually see if I want to register anyone.
You wish to browse the end? What will you be registering?
Since levels don't matter, it's only about the skills. When you fuse, they don't level up. Their stats do go up. So I guess the stats would matter, but you can always boost the stats yourself. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how I want to do this. Okay, so this one needs to be registered for sure. Ame. Not Jack Frost, though. Not the one. It was Ame, right? Because current versus registered. Yes, so Ame's the only one.
Will you register? This persona has been registered in its
Now the
present
rest, I
condition.
don't need to register.
Awaken. It seems that choose.
So go ahead and take Mudo, and then the ice. We lose the defense down. I'll put that on the other guy.
Is this? Now, let us begin.
Okay, so he's all about physical. Oof. He's
It seems that it can
Legion
gain new
is
power.
almost
Choose.
hide. So we're going light and then defense down.
Is this the? Now, let us begin.
Good, no failure. Good boost there. Oh, we got another 36 now. Black Ooze and Eligor. Anyone else? Yeah, there's actually a couple. Okay. Alright.
seems that it can
So
gain
you're
new
curse, and we lose the fire, which we don't have anywhere, so we can get that way. We can't do that because you're not high enough level. What about these two? Mitra and Succubus and Mothman both are too low level. Wait, why wouldn't you work? $33.28. $33.28. Why wouldn't you work?
I do not believe you can control
Oh,
it.
my level's insufficient. Wait, what? Oh, 37. I didn't see that. Okay, cool. So we'll go ahead and fuse you.
It seems
Again,
that it
we're
can gain
going
new
curse to
power.
curse. That's a fine swap there. I can get the nuke off from him, so that works out.
Choose which skill.
Nuke. You're keeping curse. We've got already crit auto up. Would be nice. Ice. Defense down. This is only like party. Wait, that's one ally. That's the party one, which I'm not really using, but you know. Had plenty of fire. We might be using it though. Ice. Get defense down, fuck it.
Is this the? Be born anew.
Yeah, and since I'm rarely ever using the SP stuff, and long term, if I ever had to, I could do a longer fusion of fusing these two and these two and these two to then get the skill I want. Yeah, this is a little more relaxed fusion than when I would be playing. Well, a lot more relaxed than when I'd be playing the core Persona
Yeah.
games.
Better quit while we're ahead.
means we don't have ideal ones, but right now we don't need ideal ones. So I think it's going to work out in the long term again, because when we finally do need an ideal one, it'll only be like 1 or 2 that we need. So yes, it'll be a process to make them, but the process of making 1 or 2 is still shorter than the process of making all of them perfect. Buy ingredients while we're here, why not? Also, it's my birthday, August 10th. This one, I believe it's in that alleyway at the very back here.
How can I help you? You done? Here you go. At all? Want yours? You done? Here you go. You done? Want yours? At all? Here you go. You done? Want yours? You done? Want yours? Thank you.
Plenty of these if we went to craft. See if that lets us do the 40 clover again. Good. We only found it once, and we've tried this, I think this is our like 6th time here. So it's much more rare to find the clover than it was for the fortunes. The clover doesn't give you that much more than the fortunes did, so oh well. Still, it's free.
Get to. What are you? Things are discounted right now. You should buy something. How many would you like?
I don't think we need them anymore. Here,
You want
fine.
plenty to
See how many we
okay?
have.
How many would you like?
Ingredients,
You want this? Thank you
definitely.
very much. How many would you like? You want? Thank you very much.
10 SP, 20 HP, don't need them. Now we had that
What are you
chick who
selling?
said she was buying our junk. So like, I don't know if I should be selling this or if I should wait to talk to her. So we're just gonna hold on to it. We don't need the money right now anyway. Alright, so continue.
Very well. Let us depart.
Sapporo. Checkpoint. Was this one? Yeah.
Let's keep moving ahead. Where do we go from here? This might be of
Grab
interest.
this.
We'll be taking this.
Frozen spoon. Perfect.
Huh? The ice wall's gone.
Yep.
No kidding. Wonder why.
Something
Wonder.
tells me even a massive heater couldn't have done this.
I have a hypothesis. In Shibuya and Senda, our key to progression both times was the core at the top of the prison key. If the same logic applies, then couldn't that core we found earlier be the key to melting these ice walls?
Yeah.
Could very well be possible.
Yeah, not getting it.
Remember, we're in the metaverse. Some things we just have to accept and move on. In this case, we'll need to melt more ice walls to get inside the castle.
We know what we need to do. All right, Sophia. Ready or not?
Here we come.
Where are the other
get going.
cores? Seems like the only path is pushing forward.
What's that over there?
An ice maze here. It is right there.
There it is. The prison key.
These like frozen
It's our second
cupcakes
one.
floating in the air.
Let's do this.
You're hanging.
Steady.
Giant
Steady.
cupcakes.
Show me your true self.
A woman who brings ruin.
Persona!
So curse, light, wind. So we're gonna focus on you. I have light right here. Do you resist light at all? You do. So technically, I guess we win the better for both of them. Just High Pixie? Alright. Fuck, I went right into it. Good.
Good job, everyone!
Okay, on to the next one.
It's a shadow. Stay on your guard. Ready when you are. Just say the word.
This ought to be easy.
Let up! Let's finish him off!
That one.
Here I thought they'd put up a fight.
You should apply the same effort in the next battle. What do you think? Pull it off? Yeah! Let's steamroll I'm sensing less enemies. Let's finish it.
Alright, what are we fighting in here?
That was too easy.
Mothman?
Be
Okay,
careful,
hold on.
We're trapped in. Witness my resolve.
Bullet, which would be Haru. If we cared enough to use it, I don't think we do. Alright, just go up to... One's nearby? I'll go to it. Let's just fuck him up. Not doing a lot of damage, but staggering the shit out of him, so.
Incoming attack! Brace yourself! Straight you are! This is a party! I'll give it my all! Low level! It's on my side! I'll give it all down!
I should have switched her from Gekko. I forgot she had the gun thing, and she can just keep firing with infinite ammo. I knew she was good with guns, but I forgot. We just do this. Took a lot of damage here. To be fair, that was a lot of enemies, so.
You can handle this! You took one too many hits. My other self! I'm in bad shape. Thanks for the help! Shadow sighted!
Just make
sure. Everyone
Do a
ready
sneak
and alert.
attack here.
We need to be prepared for whatever comes our way.
How did that not head up?
Hey, we'll get through it.
Alright, switch. I can't switch to Haru, she's still on the ground. Wow, took so much damage from that.
Tagging out. Okay. Riddle with gun attack. Give it that.
Dizzy. Have the visibility reduced. Again, we learned it's blind, pretty much.
Thank you. Last leg. I'll get it let up.
We'll back out and reset just for the sake of getting our,
Victory
you get that
is
thing? Getting our
ours.
SP back.
Okay, let's move.
I'm not seeing any shadows nearby.
Okay, let's head back.
While we're here, we can get this. Again, we'll do the run for the clover, ingredient clover. Normally we wouldn't be backing up the stuff. We could, but you know, we haven't needed to. It's just, that was, again, rough. Doing a lot of damage, then having to heal. Wow. Oh, I didn't even know we had requests. How long have we had requests for? Alright, check that out. That's good.
Yes. At all. Want yours at all? There you go. You done? Want yours? You done? There you go. You done? Want yours? You done? Want yours? You done? There you go. Come again.
Eighth try, I believe. We got one so far. It's only like a 10% chance of finding it.
Okay.
Hey, finally. 25% right now, at least. 2 for 8. Our requests. See what these 3 are.
Let's get to
Hoping for Bond Maker level up, but really any of the level ups for the Bond skills.
Here's what I found. You're doing this one?
Divine Grace with Eligor.
Time to get to work. You're accepting this request?
Or a weapon for Joker.
Time to get to work. You're doing this one?
More groceries available. Oh, okay. I want to do that one.
Time to get to
And
work.
that's good, that'll happen over time, just feeding Jack Frost. So we could go to Sendai for the weapon.
Are
I
you
guess we'll do that
double-checking
real
the
quick.
request?
Sendai Station, Oba. Defeats, oh, just defeating slime. Oh, that's gonna be easy too. Alright, cool.
Are you double checking
So,
the request?
this one, I'll look really quickly if we happen to have it. I'm not gonna waste my time on it. Do we have the card Divine Grace, first of all?
Oh!
Nope.
Get to work.
So the odds are we won't have an Eligor with Divine Grace, but we'll check. Velvet Room. Otherwise, this is definitely something I can do off stream.
Hello, Trickster.
Registered.
You wish to browse the... Please take a look.
Is Eligor anyway.
Is this
Do
okay?
one. Not Divine Grace. Using
Performing a
Eligor,
fusion.
just in general. I know I can make one, but do any of these have Divine Grace on them? Probably not. Oh, you do. So I could fuse you. I would lose you, unfortunately. And we actually like you. But I can always get you back. So fuck it.
Choose which skill to enhance.
And actually having a fire guy with us right now is actually more important than having the ice one. So, Nuke, I need Divine Grace. Either go Psychic or the buff. Since the buff is more rare, I'll take the buff.
Is this the Now, let us begin.
Alright, well, that was easy. And we'll look later if it's worth registering this new one or not. Probably isn't. Yep, an Eligor with Divine Grace.
All right.
May luck be on your side.
First one I had to actually grind. I only had to get one level for a Persona, but again, Persona's level so slow in this game. Like your personal Personas. It took me forever to get the one level because I needed to get the skill, which again, I was like, oh, it's just one level. It took so fucking long. It was annoying as hell. Is why I really feel like there's probably going to be some way to level up Personas because again, in the other games, when you fuse Personas, they get experience, which levels them up. That's not in this game either. There's probably a skill where you spend like PP or something to level up a Persona. Because otherwise, it's just weird how they barely get any experience.
Mission accomplished.
Alright, so Sandai, Slimes.
Let's do it.
This shouldn't take too long, 'cause there's slimes all over the place. Especially in that boss battle that we can go do. But we do need to get 50 of them, which is a lot. But again, we get a lot done here. Explore.
Alright.
So at 36, we can swap the B team and get them to 36. Probably close to that already. No slime is fire. Oh, I'm 36. So they're probably close to 36. They're actually not that close. They're 33. Alright, let me go to my fire that we just fused. And most of these fights, at least the many times we're here, were slimes. Are they gonna fuck me over? Here, they're not. So none of those were killed with their weakness. Hopefully it still counts. This is where we can actually look at that up.
This is the request. You're already working on this
Good.
one.
So even though it says with weakness, this is what I fully expected.
hoping the next
It doesn't matter
one's
about
just
with
as easy.
weakness. Just defeat them, period.
Locked on target.
Show me your true self.
I almost feel sorry for them.
I'll reveal your true form.
This ought to be easy.
We're gonna run right through them. Show me your true self.
That was too easy. Are we lucky or what?
30 here. 2 more groups and we're good.
That was over before it started. Look at it. As long as we keep the advantage, the battle is ours. No more shadows ahead.
Finish them off.
Turn it up. Now let's win our nuclear attack.
This is the boss.
I'll reveal your true form.
Lock in the punch.
Might summon 20 of them? I don't know. Probably does, if they just keep showing up.
Here they come.
Yeah, this is good. I think it's only 5 at a time, so we're at least at 15, if not already at 20 right now.
Don't forget your follow-up attack. Say your prayers.
I think that might have done it. Oh wait, no, that was exceeded maximum persona.
This is the
Didn't say
request.
complete,
You're already working on this
but we did
one.
complete it. Perfect. Quick and easy.
All right, on to the next.
And that Jack Frost one should happen organically since we're going to be in that zone anyway. A new weapon for Joker.
Okay, let's head back.
I don't need to do the experience and Holy Clover run right now. Not the experience, the ingredients for the clover run.
Let's get to
This
Some
is the
quests.
request. You're already working on this one. Mission accomplished.
Less damage, barely, but a chance for a random ailment, low. So yeah, it's worth decreasing a whole food attack for that. And we have so many bomb points, but that's because we have all these things locked out. Getting Ambusher for more health. I could finally take this HPSP up. We'll take one of them. I'm sure it's not that much. We had all those points to spend. Means the rest of this we're still gonna hoard all the locked out skills. Yeah. Yep, alright. I will bet it's a very small
Okay,
amount of
let's
SP that we get, but hey, at least it's some. We're not using it, so.
Okay, we're in. Stay sharp, guys.
I'm going this way.
Whoa, a treasure chest!
Score! Now let's get some more.
Ooh, what's that? Looks like we can descend from here. Although there are shadows in the way.
It's a steep slope covered with snow. The danger is there regardless.
Hey, isn't that
I was
a
gonna say, we got a
over there?
snowboard down?
Why don't we use that to cruise down?
Okay.
Let's go.
I'd rather get them than the item. That's Jack Frost that we need for the
Take a look at
mission.
my new skill.
Alright, medium group heal. Wait. Yeah. You know what, we're gonna do this right now. Because I forgot to do it. Okay, not one. Just the ones we have out right now. Skills, reorder. Revive, group heal, single heal. Light, medium, physical. Or you have the heal there. Light, medium. Brainwash. And the buffs and that. Okay. Haru. Light, medium. We've got physical gun, ailments. 4. Damn, I hit cancel. Alright,
This'll help us out, right?
Excellent.
Can't go back
Don't
up that
sense
way,
any
it's fine.
shadows nearby.
move these around again. Right now, not really a purpose for that. Gotta defend, okay.
All right, backing in.
It's all yours. We'll protect you.
Okay, going in. Let's do that, everyone.
Major Nuke should do it.
Not very strong.
Keep her alive. That's a lot of fucking help.
You're mine. Take this.
Slide and push. Just like Smack
so she took quite a bit of damage there. We'll get another heal
Handle
out.
it, leave it to me. Persona! Thanks for the help.
Alright.
Another snowstorm? There are shadows peeking out here too.
Who are they weak to
There's another heater
first?
nearby. Maybe you should get rid of the snowstorm first.
Barret, Archangel, High Pixie, Mitra, Shisa, Legion, Principal, Habaki.
I'm looking at the mini map more than anything else.
Noir, your defense is decreased. It's immune to fire. Don't get careless.
That one's immune to fire.
It's on here. Stylish as always, Joker.
Strong as always.
Trying to weaken our defenses now. Noir, your defense is decreased. What's on the way?
Oh, there's more. I thought we were done. But these are the Jack Frost that we need to request, so we're just getting this done pretty quickly. Switch to fire.
Principal, Allegor.
Why would you? I'm looking at the guy and it's not entirely in. He's here. There we go. Good time, fuck it. Probably a waste, but whatever. I was hoping more would spawn, yeah, it's a waste. Who cares?
Here.
Whoa, you think this was easy? Oh, wow, that was wonderful.
We'll build it up. Definitely have this request on though. At that point. Oh, I had to turn on the heater. Oh shit. Oh, so you can just farm right here, not that you need to.
We've eliminated all obstacles. Let us proceed to the tower.
All right, let's take what we came for.
Flower.
We got a core! Why is it a flower?
Wasn't she telling off that one staff member
That's
who left
right,
that
yeah.
flower with her?
I wonder if it's related to what she said earlier. How she wanted to make Sapporo a beautiful destination for all.
Well, I certainly understand her passion. Sacrificing her own people to do it is completely unacceptable.
Yes, I agree.
At any rate, we retrieved the core. Let's head back to Odori Park.
Again, my idea of what's going on here is someone is finding people who are very passionate about something and corrupting their passion to make them, you know, go overboard, so that those people then steal the desires. Oh, they respawn, that's why. Okay. Is there any items here I missed?
Yo,
Oh, I saw one in combat. That one.
Hooray! Look! The ice wall is gone, just as we thought.
As we looped around? Or what?
You! Thief! Return what you stole at once! You have no idea what kind of torture awaits us if the monarch finds out!
Sorry to hear that, but there's no turning back.
Let's go.
Vampire Ball. Bullet, which is Haru.
Go ahead.
Okay! I'll give it my all! I'm not done.
I can do this all without using SP either.
Carnage! That went really well! I'll give it my all! I'm not done. And another! The enemy's strong. I'll give it my all! The gun attack. Ready, aim, fire!
We're just fucking it up because of this. It's so good.
I'll give it my all! Say your prayers!
Dude, having Haru for people who are with the gun is just insane.
So on you, Noir! I'll give it my all! Keep going, Noir! Next time you get a loop! I'll give it my all! Noir came in swinging for extra carnage! Where would that come from? Keep her going! I'll give it my all!
Might do it.
This is your end! Use it, Ron Sinister! Very swanky, Noir!
Okay. Yeah, and then they will away. Okay.
What is that?
Ah, Jesus fucks them up.
Oh, look! The ice wall disappeared. We can
Yeah.
move on to the next prison keep now. Let's go.
Where are we? The checkpoint.
I see a shadow. I'll give it my all! Take him out. Go, go, go! Almost there! Stay strong, everyone! Good luck!
I'll do it.
I'd call that an easy win. All
Let me
right.
switch to Morgana. Morgana's one of those ones that can use Persona attacks, which is again free SP attack essentially. At 2 combo, 3 combo, just 2 and 3, but still it's better than only 3. Is what Joker is. So I could turn in a request
Let's
as
call
well.
it a day.
This gives us more white ingredients. Like what those are. Oh, and we get even more requests. Okay,
Get to work.
awesome.
Here's what I found. Are you double checking the request? Mission accomplished. You're accepting this request?
Deliver desire, more
Time to get to
accessories,
work. You're doing this one?
water yo-yo.
Okay. You're doing this one?
That's Haru, so we
Okay.
can get
You're
Haru's
accepting
thing.
this request?
And the bond skill, we're definitely doing that one. I can just turn that in right
Time
now.
to get to work. You're already working on this one.
Extortionist, that's for
Mission
money.
accomplished.
Okay.
You're already working on
These
this
are all, these 2 are in
Are you double
spoiler
checking
we're
the
at.
request?
Defeat Lilum will happen
Are you double
organically,
checking the
and
request?
that
You're already
organically, so
working
it's
on
just
this
this one that we go back. The
Are you double
Sandai,
checking the request?
for accessories.
What are you looking? Things are discounted right now. You should buy something. How many would you like? Thanks for your patronage. How many would you like? Thank you very much. How many would you like? Put it to good use, okay?
I guess it doesn't have to be just on sale. Yeah, we got all these here.
How many would
Alright.
you like? Thank you very much. Thanks for your patronage. You want this one? Put it to good use. How many would you like? You're buying quite a bit. How many would you like? Put it to good use, okay? Here's what I found.
Are you double checking the request?
Did I
You
get
already
the axe
working on
one yet?
this.
No.
Are you double checking the request?
It was the bond one we got. Alright.
You're already working on
Okay,
this.
go to Sandai for somewhere along the rooftops, tucked in by a bunch of windows. Okay. I think offhand where that would be. I don't know. Extortionist is probably the money one, obviously. More money. Max that out. Good. And Lawn Maker is the most important one. Okay. There were a couple rooftops, but like by windows.
Your guard up.
Like there's that like hallway. We're not really above that, though. We're like kind of next to it. How many areas here have rooftops? I'm only thinking of one, but I'm sure of more than one. I don't remember what West Garden is. I don't think there's rooftops by looking at it though. No. This is what I'm thinking of. But it has to be that. Don't know, bunch of windows.
Are we there yet? Okay, good. Ooh, what's that?
What's that?
Hooray!
I can see it.
That's fine.
Initiating call. Stay sharp, people. Rick missing the drill. Back away. Don't let up.
There.
All
Oh,
three
that
all
was
doing
quick and
really
easy.
well. Oh, nice.
Unlike the other one where we had to run through
Keep
like,
it
the
up.
entire fucking dungeon just to get it.
What's that?
I'm picking up a shadow nearby.
Shall we go home?
Let's get to work.
This is the request. Are you double checking the request? Good job! What are you looking? Who's it for?
Now we're boosting attacks. Okay. So should I get this? What does everyone have on? Twenty SP is a lot. 4 agility is also a lot. The rest are probably worth it. Fuck it. We'll put them all on too. So.
Welcome. Who's it for? Which one?
Light.
You want this one? You want to equip that? Thanks for your patronage.
Psychic.
You want this one? You want to equip that? Put it to good use, okay?
Nuke.
You want this one? You want to equip that? Put it to good use, okay?
Ice.
You want this one? You want to equip that? Thank you very much.
Fire.
You want this one? You want to equip that? Thank you very much.
Wind.
You want this one? You want to equip that? Put it to good use, one? Do you want to afflict that? Put it to good use, okay?
That means for me, maybe I put that 20 SP one on. When I finally do want to use SP. Okay. So again, these two will happen organically. Everything else is good.
Alright, keep your guard up.
Here we are. What do we do next?
I'm picking up something close by. Oh well, what do we have here?
No shadows at the moment.
That looks suspicious.
The prison keep is there, but it's the same ice barrier we encountered at Adori Park. We can't get through like this.
But the core is just ahead, right? What do we do?
How about up there? We may be able to drop in from above as long as we're willing to climb.
Nice thinking, Inari. Then let's head over there.
I will strike the top.
It's your chance. Start wheeling on
Fire! Fire! Take this!
Not even worth my time.
Wasn't there a thing here? I guess I got it.
Time to waste.
Maybe it was that thing right there. Okay, come on. I can't hop off of this? Oh wow.
I should write something.
Hey, don't you think we'd get there much easier if we slid down?
Good idea. You're sharp, Panther.
Witness as we gallantly soar down these slopes to safety. This may just be the inspiration I need.
You consider this inspiring?
Let's go.
I love the feeling of wind in my hair. Careful, look ahead. I really like the motion.
That might come in handy.
Nuke. Alright.
Nuclear attack.
It's over. Let's
I'm gonna have a nuclear.
Mitra, she Principal, Allegor,
Alright, that's fine.
As I suspected, it seems we can enter from here.
All right, let's do this thing.
Pushing it there.
We're getting close. Busting this guy? Show me your true self. Hey, where'd you come from?
Enemies panicking. Get rid of them. Incoming attack.
Switch to her, maybe.
I'll give it my all. Here
all taken care of. Now, let's get to that core.
Nothing here.
As long as you follow Her Majesty's words.
Her Majesty Hilda is the only thing on my mind.
Alright, this is the third core. Is this a badge?
It's the Sapporo Central Mayor's insignia. Simple yet effective symbol of power.
Her Majesty Hilda will make everything.
So it's been 3 each time.
It's a shadow. Stay focused. Here I go!
Persona!
And I don't have nuke as in like a non-SP attack. Okay. We got U here too, which is psychic.
Baron! Arcane! Hype! She's Legion! Principal! Harmony! Legion!
Burn it up! Everyone's major nuclear attack! More shadows! Here they come!
That's not what.
It's powerful! Oh, you can avoid it! Psychokinesis!
Come on.
Getting wrecked out there! Keep it going! More teams swinging for extra
Oh, it's the mean balls. Okay.
That went really well!
Now she has forget. God damn it.
Just a little more! Thanks! Warning! This one's gonna be rough! Zoro, show your butt! Your
Can't
turn!
switch. There we go. Come on, just one hit.
Guess that's that. Let's go on ahead.
No shadows detected here.
Oh, look! The ice wall is gone. We can finally make some progress now.
Checkpoint is up here.
I'll just add this.
We should be getting to the locked section to then have us send out
Monarch's gonna punish us
On
because
card.
of you. You think you could just do whatever you want?
Save that line for your monarch. Better yet, we'll tell her once we take you all out.
Oh, lots of weaknesses. Okay. Who's? I mean, you're 35. That's pretty high level. Oh, but it's because I'm Haru. Oh, yeah, that's right. Damn it, man.
Intense.
You didn't see anything. What the fuck? Okay, I'm getting screwed up with my screen here. It's showtime too. Is that the second here?
Would you care to
join us?
Morgana's healing us a lot in this fight.
That felt pretty good. Yeah, I want to This is your end. I know that one hurt.
Stop him? Really?
That one looks tough. Everyone stay focused. This is a part of me.
Might as well use her SP since again we're leaving and getting her SP back after this.
Persona! I got you. This war piece is swinging for extra carnage. Where'd that come from?
Damn fucking camera angle.
Bingo! Keep it! Now it's perfection! Double focus! No holding back! You're not getting away!
Might do it here. Be close.
This is your end! Unit rod administered! Very flanky, Noir! I'm gonna work even harder!
We don't need that one.
Excellent. It seems the walls are no more.
Then let's get our asses in there.
Yeah, let's not waste any more...
How do you do, everyone?
That voice! Mari-san?
Are you working hard to keep Sapporo clean? To make it a glistening, filth-free city? Well, it's time for our regular cleanup. Anyone who calls themselves a proud member of my staff must take initiative. That means no slacking off, and not a single mote of dust left on the premises. I want this place spotless. Turn Sapporo into a paradise as pure as snow.
Something's coming! Hide! Clean up ye! Clean up ho! Clean up yee-ho! Here we go! Very then in pure white snow! Hee-haw!
What's up with these little freaks?
They're everywhere! The he-horde from hell!
I can hardly believe my eyes.
Chanting about some cleanup routine. Maybe this is a periodic security measure? At any rate, it's too risky to charge in now. Let's head back to reality and see what we can do.
Yeah, nothing we can do now.
Yeah, I don't see much point in staying here.
Hee-ho! Hee-ho? Hee-ho!
Hee-ho!
They're infected!
All right, good bit. Now it's time to go.
Okay. Man, I thought we'd get somewhere today.
Damn down again since
This
we're
was
now in the
whack.
A mess?
cutscenes segments.
I tell ya! Oh, the he-horror!
Based on the timing of the announcement, I'm sure it was temporary. They were only a cleanup crew.
Then let's call it a day. We'll use this opportunity to rest up and prep for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, technically we didn't get to the locked door yet, so maybe this isn't the segment of cutscenes. We'll see.
All right, what do you say we hit the bath and...
Ugh. How many times must I repeat myself?
Wait, is that Mariko Hyodo?
Did I not tell you? Our citizens suffer every time our personnel slacks off.
Forgive me.
What? You think I'll give you preferential treatment just because you're sick? Stand up straight and get back to doing your job. Our citizens would be ashamed of this. Might I remind you that you'll be working through the night to make up for lost time?
I'll do better. Will that employee be all right?
Not if he keeps working in that condition. How can anyone survive like that?
Wonder if this is the guy that we already talked to in front of the whatever convenience store, pharmacy. This is inhumane.
Oh, it's you, children.
Mari-san, how could you allow such a horrible thing?
Horrible? Oh, no. Haru-chan, you misunderstand. I derive no pleasure in being so harsh. But it is a necessary measure to keep our city functioning. You see, we've been doing a campaign where our staff cleans up around the city for a month. Not only does it keep our staff in line, it enhances local safety as well. It's such an important job, yet this incompetent bungler here still has the nerve to show up late. How can I take pride in such poor behavior? All he seems to be capable of is making excuses.
A cleanup campaign, huh?
Could this be related to the He Horde?
I won't say it another time. Quit groveling and get back to work.
But he doesn't look well at all.
The unfortunate thing is, Haru-chan, everyone working for Sapporo City Hall is a worthless piece of garbage. I didn't set them straight. Who knows what kind of mischief they'd cook up? They might betray me in far more crucial matters.
Sounds to me like you're just making up bullshit to justify yourself.
This man needs medical attention. He's in no condition to work.
I'll help you. Come with me.
Sorry to trouble you.
What? Excuse me? What do you think you're doing?
Just stop this, Mari-san!
Haru-chan?
The Mari-san I saw just now was nothing like the Mari-san I used to know. What happened to the Mari-san that treated everyone around her with kindness? You used to be surrounded by smiles. Everyone who met you was touched by your warmth and compassion. The way I remember you, Mari-san, you were like a sun that shined down on me. Why did you become like this? Why did you become so cold?
Haru.
I can't stop now. For her sake. Excuse me, but I'll be going now.
Mari-san!
Don't pursue her, Haru. She's the monarch of the jail. In other words, our target. The only way we'll change her heart is in the jail.
I know how you feel, but right now we need to get this man to the hospital.
You're right.
I have a list of hospitals nearby. Let's move.
Who does she think she is, treating a sick worker like dog shit?
Ryuji.
My bad.
It's strange how she's so nice to us, but so unforgiving with her staff.
I don't know. I don't know what's making Mari-san act like this. She wasn't always like that. She used to be kind to everyone. What happened?
We'll find out soon enough.
You're right. There's no use dwelling on it right now.
The reason will become clear as we progress. Until then, we move forward.
Even though we had an unexpected obstacle, we managed to secure a route to the castle. Tomorrow, let's infiltrate that castle and head straight to Hyodo's cage. Good morning.
Heard something important? I know you're busy, but you can stop by. Whatever's fine. Just come see me. Alright, so we'll do all of our shit here. Let's see. Let's put the game up. We're doing requests and all too. run. Talk to all the people. Talk to him last. Actually, I should see the request. See, because if the bond maker thing is available, that's priority number 1.
Okay.
Well done.
Let's get to work.
Save too. In case somehow we progress or something by accident.
This is the request. You're accepting this request?
Taiwan, so I know we're not gonna have that.
Time to get to work. You're already working on this. You're doing this one?
Groceries.
Time to get to work. You're doing this one?
Okay, Principality. We don't know what bond skill it is.
Time to get to work.
I
You're
really
accepting
want to
this
get that.
request?
Kaiwan.
Let's do. You're already working
So
on
Principality, Castle Front area. I feel like it's gonna progress the story. It's alright. We'll do this stuff first, so if, it's a big if, but if it just happens to unlock Bond Maker, we'll lose out on some extra bond right now. But it's okay. Better than potentially losing out on whatever this is. Is also a low chance of happening, but still. That Shadow Stampede or March of Frosts was nothing short of a marvel. Makes me wonder. And shout out Hee-Ho.
How awful.
Ari-san's making her staff clean up the flower bed. From the bottom up.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm gonna freeze to death.
She's just complaining about being cold. Grocery shopping. Yes, I know. What have you been doing?
How can I help at all? Want yours at all? Here you go. You done? Want yours? You done? Here you go. At all? Want yours? You done? Here you go. You done? Here you go. Thank you. It won't change.
So those two together there. And he's the one I have to go talk to.
Hey there.
Leave it to me.
Let's eat some authentic cuisine here. Found the recipe. Oh.
What?
Hey. Just talking to her, gave me a recipe. Nice.
Hey,
Alright, whenever someone says Sapporo, they automatically think of ramen. But apparently there's this legendary ramen somewhere here that's king of all ramen.
awesome!
Alright, we have to go.
We did it!
I can feel something.
Right?
Place called Migoku. Pretty close by.
Wait.
Looks like their legendary ramen's already sold out. So popular, all the meal tickets for that typically sell out moments after it opens. Seems to be an alternate way to get meal tickets though. Managers expressed he wants tourists to be able to enjoy as well. Intentionally sets aside tickets to be sold in different locations.
Let's see.
It's a shop in Suzushina with a red sign.
No way, man.
Alright,
I'll pay you back for that.
let's find it. Store with a red sign.
Yep.
No.
Talk about other food now.
Hey there.
Ah, man.
More food talk. Alright. Probably his requests. So let's go back and do that.
Let's get to work. This is the the request. Are you double checking the request? You're accepting this request?
Yep, deliver meal ticket, yeah. Ooh, the red sign.
Time to get to work.
Alright, red sign store. I mean, that's a red sign.
What's up,
Restaurant,
kid?
though, not a store.
That all?
Buy that
Sweet,
ingredient.
thanks. Thanks.
Here's a red sign store, the pharmacy or something. Let's ask me about the ramen. Here we go. I'm the one who keeps the tickets. Can't sell you any. I have to ask you to leave. Why? If I were to sell you the tickets, I'd be injuring the chef indirectly. Success at the restaurant's a great thing. Physical toll on his body is just not worth the reward. He was afraid of overworking the chef. So he's intentionally not selling tickets. Because he has an injured elbow. Okay. We have to make a brace for him. Alright. Now we need materials to make a brace for the chef.
Let's get to work. This is the request. You're accepting this request?
Defeat Mothman. Alright, so we do have to go back in there anyway.
Time to get to work.
I'm working these requests, specifically the Bond one, but any of these. The main two are.
Are you double checking the request?
I mean, that's nice too, but.
You're already working on this one. Are you double checking the request?
Front area for
You're
Principality.
already working on this one. You're already working on this one.
And Arboretum and Sapporo Mothman. Alright. Front, Arboretum.
I'll just add
save.
this.
This should be. There's a sale happening. Now's your chance to shop.
50 HP down,
You want this
sure.
very much. How many would you
Revive.
like? You want thanks for your patronage. You want put it to good use, okay? You want put it to good use, okay? You want thank you very much. How many would you
50
like? You
ally.
want this one? Put it to good use, okay? How many would you like? You want put it to good use. How many would you like? You thanks for your patronage. How many would you like? You want you're buying quite a bit.
Alright.
All right, it's time.
Got a lot of them here. But ideally I get that one Bond one first. It's just I feel like that's also where the fucking main quest is. That's where we saved. Let's see. Where's Castle Front? I don't even know what Castle Front is. Again, it's probably pushing towards the main quest. So should I just go to the main quest for now? And we can reload the save if we ever get to a point that we can't do it, and I just fast forward through all of that. Yeah, we'll do that for now.
That's the spirit.
Again, ideally I would get this done, back out, turn it in, if it's Bond Maker, then we can come and do all the rest at once.
This is the
It's
request.
Principality.
You're already working on this one. You're already working on this one.
The Principality. Again, Castle Front area. We have not been to Castle Front yet. So go now. Hope this is Castle Front area.
Ooh, this may be relevant to my
Sure looks like it, even though it's not named Castle Front area.
It's Mari-san's castle.
Its appearance is rather striking. The closer we get, the more vivid its detail.
Detail aside, we
can't get in again.
Then let's search for another entrance.
There's nothing called Castle Front. Again, all it needs is a principality to spawn.
I'll reveal your true.
Take it down.
Are these principalities? There they are. Perfect. Quick and easy. Got 2 of them here. Only 1 more. And there's the Satana that we need. The set's already done, it looks like. Or the Mothman. Oh yeah, we got Mothman here too. We're doing all these at once.
Low level, but it's nullified size, so just slow it down. It's in sight. We can do it. Incoming attack. Brace yourself.
And that wasn't the main one. We want first.
You're already working
We got the sets done.
working on this one. You're already working on this one.
Only 1 Mothman?
You're already
Even though there's a bunch of them there. Interesting. And the Principality doesn't count either. What the fuck? Huh.
Okay, let's move.
That's weird.
Ready anytime. See the word. You're all going down. Go, go, go! Super ready to follow-up attack.
I know we needed for Nuke. I'm just gonna do it.
Nice, Joker. You hit its weakness. Strong as always.
And we've tested this, and it seemed like the weak spots didn't actually matter, but, I mean, then it didn't work, so maybe it does matter. I don't know. It's weird. You can always leave and come back to the same spot over and over, though.
Oh, nice one. Keep it up. I'm not seeing any shadows nearby.
There's a shadow. Careful. Show me your true.
Oh, Principality. Good. Now what's your weakness? Curse. We know for a fact we just did 2 of them with that. Mothman is this. They should be counting too. No excuse for them not to count. Bug Blaster's done, yeah. We need hopefully just 1 more Principality.
That's your punishment. I'll give it my all. Incoming attack. Bring up yourself. Was that graceful?
Let's reset. We even come back. Did that count finally?
This is the request.
Obviously the bug ones counted, so...
You're already working on
Yeah, so okay, it does count as a weak... Maybe it's not... Okay, again, the description says you have to kill them with a weak spot hit.
Good job, everyone.
But we've killed them without hitting weak spot hits, and it's counted. So I think it's you have to hit a weak spot hit anytime in the fight, and then kill them. Either way, it's still best to try to kill them with a weak spot hit. But I've 100% confirmed before that killing them with a normal hit still counts, but that's because I hit a weak spot at some point in the fight, I think. Not even gonna turn these in yet. Again, if this is the Bond one, which we don't know,
Let's start the mission.
yeah, it's better to get that first. Yes, that.
Navigation. I think I see something over there.
Oh, this is the chest that respawns. That's cool. The Kaiwans. I think we already finished them, but if we didn't, definitely finish it. good.
An easy win, don't you think? Oh, nice.
That's a really easy chest to keep going back to, so it's right there. I was looking for this guy. Why wasn't he here? This one hopefully is going to be them.
All right, let's go.
Perfect.
Okay, let's take the map.
Persona! Ravage them!
Good. Done. Perfect.
Principality! Mothman! Elagor! Barret!
Any
Archangel!
weaknesses for any of these guys?
You're mine! High Pixie! Mitra!
Let's take you back
Shisa!
out.
Legion! Arahabaki!
Quite a few shadows. We probably should have used it.
Fire! Take this!
Electricity's out of the question. Remember that.
Fire!
What's left? Just a little more. Enemies, burn it up. That was standard nuclear attack.
Take this! Okay.
You'll be even more powerful, right?
Turn this in, then come back in to finish everything.
Perhaps we should return home.
Let's get to work.
I do wish they'd tell you what skill it is, but again, it's not like it's going to matter. You're going to get it regardless of what it
Are you
is,
double
but
checking the
still.
request?
Increasing stat boosting.
Mission
Ah,
accomplished.
yeah, man. I mean, we'll verify, but it's not. It's not Bond Maker. It would tell me Bond Maker. God damn it. Alright, that's fine.
Get to work.
Oh, now we can turn these in and finish up whatever.
This is the request. You're already working on this
So we
one.
got the axe for her.
Mission accomplished. You're already working on this one.
Groceries.
Good job. You're already working on this one.
Fists
Mission
for him.
accomplished.
A little bit of an increase. Gives you fear as well. Alright, now we're working on the requests
found.
specifically for like the side quests, if you will.
You're already working on this one.
Mothman with Sophie. Oh, fuck, if I read that, I would have got that, but it's okay.
You're already working
Mothman
on
with
this
Sophie. And we can also do Lilium, you know, Dory Park.
Yes, let's go.
So Mothman spawned here. We can get that done quick. Gal. Oh wow, they're 36 already. Nice. Let's reorder first. Revive. Single. Group. And the Meteorama will replace that. Oh, you don't have Meteorama yet. Oh, Divine Grace. Okay. That says boosting heals. Okay. Now choosing the party.
Let's go.
Get one group of Mothman to spawn. Oh, I didn't, fuck. Good spot.
Navigation to me. All right, what's next?
Maybe this guy's gonna spawn here until you get in a fight. Maybe this one's also Mothman. That guy's spawn. Okay, you have to walk away for him to spawn. That's because you're too close, obviously. Mothman should show up here, hopefully. Good. Yep. Now, is it specifically with Sophie, as in I control Sophie? If so, he doesn't have a weakness hit, that's okay. Just scan these to verify. Okay, it's not saying that she defeated them. There you go. That was way more than 3. Maybe it wasn't 3. I thought it said 3. Either way, we're good. Alright. Verify that's done. You don't have to leave yet.
Here's what I found.
Perfect.
Working on this one. You already
So now we got Lilum in Midori Park. What's the Lilum weakness? I hope I have it. We can... Oops, I'm pressing all the buttons here. Change, just to start leveling up our ults. Doesn't matter. What are we doing for our main thing? We're at 36, so yeah, we already have that. Ryuji's the lowest level. Take him for now. Point. Midori Park. So Lilum. Lilum is the like devil lady, right? I don't know what her weakness would be, maybe light.
I wonder what this is. We'll be taking this.
Weakness. Psychic.
Principality, Mothman, Allegor, Barret, Archangel. Take this. It's over. Strike.
Oh god, he has so much health. Psychic again. Oh, perfect. And 3 of them. Oh, perfect. Light and wind.
Persona, you're mine. Let's go. Rabbitster. Come, you're mine.
Damn. Just like that. Done.
This is the request. You're already working on this
That
one.
one,
You're
that.
already working on this one.
And this is part of this quest. Alright. Easy.
Good stuff, guys. Keep it coming.
The hell the oh.
Persona. Take this.
Oh, nice, Joker.
That's a huge radius.
Rabbitster. Whoa, that was sweet. Be gone.
Just a little more.
Good.
Good job, everyone.
Let's get to work. This is the request. You're already working on this one. Mission
Yo-yo
accomplished.
for her.
You're already working on this. Thank you very much.
Alright, and this is for that. Give this to the pharmacy manager.
Let's go. Mission accomplished.
First yo-yo. Next. Shop.
Welcome. Things are discounted right now. How many would
100 to an
you
hour.
want? Thank you
Nice.
very much. How many would you like? You want? Put it to good use, okay? How many would you like? Thank you very much.
20 to all. Man. Oh, we need these. We don't have any of these. Nice. These are our new ingredients.
Thank you very much. You want these for your patronage? How many would you like? Thank you very much. How many would you like? Thank you very much. How many would you like? You're buying quite quite. How many would you like?
I
You want-
need to
you're
buy
buying quite-
half
how
these
many would
things
you
now.
like? You're buying quite a bit. You want these for your patronage? How many would you like? You want these
There's
for
so
your
many here.
patronage? You want put it to good use,
Alright, we don't need
okay?
salmon. We have 43. Alright. Next. Velvet Room.
Hello, trickster. You wish to browse the entries? What will you be registering?
Better. Different, but don't need to put it on. It is not healing. Alright, so no registering.
Awaken your new self.
Neko, as well as Unicorn. Why can't we do this, I wonder? Base Persona is not high enough level. Ooh, fuck. Black Ooze probably is also... No, Black Ooze is good. Why can't we do that one? Space. Okay, that's fine. This...
It seems that it can gain new power.
Ooh, we're losing that, which sucks, because that's our only, electric guy. But okay.
Choose which skill.
I need that electric. Otherwise, we have so many options here. Nuke, we would need. Curse, I need, because I'm the only one who can do Curse. Yeah, guess we have to.
Is this the persona you'd like? Be born anew.
And then the other one now.
It
Unicorn,
seems that it can gain
who is
new
Nuke.
power.
We did have another one, but fuck, and then we're losing it anyway. God damn it. Alright.
Choose.
Or maybe we were summoning it, either way. So you need that. And I'm thinking Curse again, and then Ice. Or a lower defense. Again, I'm the only one who can have Curse, so I think it is nice putting Curse on these guys. It's Ice or lower defense. I'm gonna go lower defense. So we should have Ice elsewhere.
Is this the Be born anew. May luck be on your side.
And that is everything.
Now then.
We'll save. Okay. The pharmacy after I grab this potential 4-leaf clover.
Okay.
Well done.
And then we go back here. Give him the brace. Compression sleeve.
I am Sophia. Well done.
And we'll sell the tickets.
What will it be?
2 meal tickets.
Thank you. Is that all you need? Thank you. Oh, that's what you're... Thank you, hey.
Alright, back to him. him. Okay, why is it...
Ah, man.
Oh, I have to turn this in. It's not going back to him. It's turning the quest in at the requests thing.
Let's get to. This is the request. You're already working on this one.
Dude, this is amazing!
I'd sing a little ditty for a bowl of my own.
I'll pay you back for... All right, let's go!
Good job.
So do we actually go? No, I think it's just completing it like that, obviously. I'll verify, but yeah, I mean, that's what Anne's thing was. Getting her ice cream and desserts and stuff. We didn't actually go and sit down. I had to buy them and do other things to get them, but we just gave it to her. So yeah, I think that's all it is. But we can check. Yeah, we're good. Okay, well.
Let's get to work.
We have our alt party now. Some of the alt party.
I'll just add this.
leveling. And again, nothing else. With the quest, there's just that one. Just fusing, which I can do later. Yep, alright.
Okay.
Like before, I'm going to assume we can't actually get to her, so it's good that we're fine with our alt party here. Ideally, I'd have the main party if we're doing a boss fight. It should be going there, finding its locks, setting the calling card, doing all that stuff again.
So the adventure continues.
Still waiting for On to hit 36. She's at 35 right now.
Show me your true self. Got this for sure.
Come on, everyone.
Are you gonna light? I am.
Pixie! Archangel! Unicorn!
Electricity is out of the question. Remember that. Incoming attack. Brace yourselves. Oh, that was awesome, Sophie. You're on a roll. Nobody left. Just a little more. This is a wrap, Mom. Easy victory. Switch it out.
I'll do it. All right, on to the next.
Give it a 5 out of 10. Shadow. What do you think?
Okay, Big Mothman, so this is Ox. Bullet, which we don't have her anymore. Damn. Okay. Alright. Just keep fucking ignoring them.
Good thinking, Joker. Super cool, Joker. Burn it up. Nuclear attack. You're running out of steam now. Time to pull out all the stuff.
Strike!
Hey, what the hell? Getting wrecked out there.
No, I am.
I can be of use.
Ravage them!
Powerful and strong against psychokinesis. Keep that in mind. That was a clean hit. Cool, Sophie. You're on a roll, Sophie.
I'm going to it!
Busy. Can't see your surroundings.
Spam this really. I'm trying to. Oh wow, thank you. Ryuji leveled up.
Let's go on ahead.
Okay, I think we're clear. Let's move it.
Oh, can we get in from up here?
How are we gonna reach
Chess.
it? Is there anything we can use, like a platform?
See how I... This is gonna be the slide thing. I'm trying to get to the chest first. Actually, don't see how to get to the chest because, I mean, the last step is somehow having to stop right here. Which I don't know how to have it stop right here if there's not a thing in the way. Oh. Has to go from here to hit that and then up and over, so going in reverse. Bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam.
Hey, what do you think?
Oh no, how do I make it stop there then? Huh. Oh, I see. Well, nope, because that won't work either. So obviously I can't make it stop here. I have to have it stop here. I was thinking if I push this to the right, it hits this, then go up, then go over, then go up, and that's done. But that's not where I want to go. But instead, I went down. How far down does it go? Does it go here? Because it's, I think it still hit that, and then up, over. Oh, there you go. That's the solution. Assuming going down stops at that one point. We'll see if it does. Good. Come on, circle. Up, circle. Okay. It's not exactly where I wanted to go, but it's still gonna work. This block's bigger than I thought it'd be in terms of fitting the spaces. Good.
I see a treasure chest. What magical wonders lie.
Thermo dress. On to their main party, so we'll see if she can use it first. Yeah, no freeze, perfect. And then from there, when the other women can get, you know, dizzy, so good. She'll have that now. Okay. Push it that way. Okay, it's not there. No, it's not. I can't. It's not letting me push this block. Pushing that block. That's the wrong block. I want to push this block. Why is it not doing the block on the left here? I mean, I don't want to push this up. I want to push this down. So this is a bug. And I can't, obviously can't turn the camera or anything. I can't progress. It's not letting me, I'm standing where I'm supposed to stand. Maybe if I stand like over here? Why is that triggered from so far away? Is that the right end? It is, alright. Do I have to go for like always some random ass side for it to trigger? Over, up, over, up. There.
Once we get in the castle, we're headed straight for the roof.
You say that, but I'm going to assume that we're fine. But also, we now know when we retry, we're allowed to go back to our party menu. So if we do get the boss fight, I can just die and go to our main party.
Alright, Infiltration
But still,
successful.
100% expect this to be locked.
Shadows spotted ahead. Be careful.
Nuke.
Doesn't look like there's any shadows around. Wow! It's beautiful.
Yes. Such a magnificent design.
This is no time to be distracted by architecture. There are enemies here.
I'm sensing less enemies.
Can't see its surroundings.
God damn. Takes so long to get these combos out. Again, 3 hits and then the final hit, and it's just like, god damn. Someone level up, I didn't see who. Let's pay attention if we can. She can be swapped out now. Ryuji, we got a healer. We can get like a backup healer in Makoto, who's always nice. Yusuke for an attacker. Go backup healer.
Sensing any shadows just yet.
You have the showdown, which is nice. I think we do at least. Actually, the bar should be showing when it's charged like that. Where's this going?
Give it a 5 out of 10.
A treasure chest. Let's see what's
Nice.
open the chest and see what's next.
Spin the chest and see what's next. Let's go back to the objective interest locked or something.
Wipe them out.
Above here. It's not above. Alright, whatever. We tried. I only tried it like 4 times.
Hey, do you think we could reach the outside from that window?
Ah. If we climb out through there, we may be able to ascend the outer wall.
Technically, we're supposed to go here first.
Okay.
See
Pluto
that?
should be up
Oh,
ahead.
yeah.
But there's a problem.
The door is frozen.
All right, Skull, you're up.
Heck no! I don't want my hands getting stuck.
That's why we were then supposed to go over here.
It's ass-biting cold!
Oh, the wind is strong, too. Careful not to fall, everyone.
Nothing else. Okay, Kaiwan. And Principality.
Shouldn't you be threatening us by now?
I don't think they're here to mess around. Be ready for a challenge.
Both named. Yep.
It's showtime! Go for it, Joker! This one's strong. Hammer its weak point with nuclear attacks.
You're mine!
This then.
Gotta exploit those weaknesses.
Whoa, that was sweet!
Joker got in a follow-up attack.
Oh, this is a good time for showtime.
Unicorn! Here!
Not sure if it's an AoE hitting both. Yeah, it did. I figured.
Persona! I'm going to...
Great technique, Joker. I'm so grateful.
Ravage that!
Following up. Joker got in a follow-up attack.
Come! You're mine!
Powerful and strong against weak.
It's over!
Damage, but not killing. That was actually a lot more damage than I expected.
You're doing great. Roger. Right in the lead. Totally.
Don't go messing with me! This should help!
Thank you, Ian. That combo strike was devastating. Not done yet. This is it.
I just got forgetfulness.
Forgot how to bring out her persona. Now she can't use skills. Trouble.
He's down, then we got Switch.
Persona!
Curse.
Principal! Arahabaki! Ravage that!
Bingo. That skill just now? Perfect. Simply astonishing.
You're mine! You're mine!
I'm gonna attack too. It's a strong one. Exploit its weakness to curse.
Take this! This is it! Ravage that!
Following up. Joker got in a follow-up attack.
Almost.
You're mine!
Should do it.
Oh, nice, Joker. You hit its weakness.
All right, Joker!
Nice teamwork.
Okay.
Giant Slice.
Persona learned a new skill.
Increased defense, prevent attacks from being interrupted for all allies. Okay, good. So we can get rid of the single one. Also, I can't move these around right now. I'm gonna keep the rest of these. Actually, I can get rid of the light. This one, actually.
New skill obtained. I'd like to try it out
Rama,
next time.
perfect. For the media. Upgrade.
Everyone, look!
Oh, it's the Desires!
That means the throne room's just ahead. Let's not waste any time.
So this is where the Monarch of Sapporo resides.
Is this all carved ice? It must be really cold.
A frozen cage that denies all entry. Does this represent her distrust for all others?
You are? You don't look so good. Are you alright?
Mm-hmm. I should be.
Then let us proceed as usual. Skull, it's up to you.
I know why you're volunteering me, but here goes nothing.
Easy to get zapped. Yeah, I'm down. So now we got the calling card
It's
stuff.
all your fault. How could you be so ignorant? Did you not think a snow sculpture could collapse?
I apologize on behalf of our staff.
Here it comes.
Collapsing snow sculpture.
This is where she... It must have been so heavy.
Ah, so that girl that died due to the snow sculpture falling over.
Give me back my daughter. My precious little girl.
The accident resulted from my own personal oversight. Truly, I'm so sorry.
Is the mayor the one apologizing?
Shh, there's still more.
Well, I didn't think the statue had fallen on anybody. But isn't this the mayor's responsibility in the end? Well, besides, who can blame me? We don't get paid nearly enough. Nothing wrong with taking a little kickback here and there.
Those voices must be the root of Mariko Hyoda's trauma.
So, that snow sculpture incident. Didn't we first hear about it at the park?
We did, but I had no idea. Could Mari-san have really been involved?
Well, I mean, we're hearing it, so yeah, it's possible.
Is that the source of her trauma? Taking the blame for that incident?
Don't forget the guy's voice. Sounded like he was trying to pass the blame on someone.
At any rate, this is vital information. Let's go back to reality and confirm the truth.
I dug up some articles about the snow sculpture incident. Let me fill you guys in. 2 years ago, a large snow sculpture collapsed during the December Snow Festival sponsored by Sapporo Central City. Kaho Nanase-chan, a 9-year-old girl, was caught in the collapse and died. Despite Mayor Hyodo's apology, the accident was ruled as an unforeseeable disaster. Therefore, she wasn't held liable.
Oh, so that's what the flowers in the park were for.
I wondered the voice accusing Mari-san was the poor girl's mother. So this is Mari-san's trauma.
That park where the snow festival was held is probably where the accident happened.
Yeah, where the flowers were.
Most likely. Let's go see if there's an entrance.
Yeah, they're at the hideout first, then head there. And there's nothing I really need to do here. For the clover.
To work.
Okay, I guess we'll use shop quick.
What are you looking? Things are discounted right now. How many would you like? Thank you very much. How many would you like? Put it to good use, okay? How many would you like? Put it to good
20
use,
revives.
okay? How many would you like? Thank you very much. Thanks for your patronage. How many would you like? Put it to good use. How many would you like? Thanks for your patronage. How many would you like? You're buying one. How many would you like? Put it to good use. How many would you like? Thanks for your patronage. Thank you very much. Thanks for your patronage. Thanks for your patronage. Thanks for your patronage. How many would you like? You're buying quite a bit.
Onions are good, salmon's good, okay.
I'll just
save.
add this.
Then go. Alright.
This is where the accident happened, isn't it?
If we put in the keyword here,
We should be able to access the trauma cell. There may be enemies ahead. You sure you guys are ready?
Technically, I don't have my main party, but we should be fine. Let's confirm the truth.
That's right. I want to see what happened to Mari-san with my own 2 eyes. The keyword is Snow City.
Keyword successfully entered. Beginning navigation.
What is this?
It looks like this is the Snow Festival.
Check out those 2 suits over there.
I didn't know you were accepting rebates. I see a career man in the making.
Sir, would you please be discreet about this?
I can do that, but in return, you need to do me a favor. I want her to take full responsibility for the incident. That way, she'll resign. Once that happens, I'll be the new mayor in town, and you'll be my well-paid associate. You will cooperate, won't you?
Yes. Yes, of course.
What did you just say?
Ah! The mayor!
Oh, it seems I've been found out.
It's not what it looks like, Mayor. This is really...
Mayor? Does he mean Mayor Hyodo? Then, Mari-san saw this happen?
I had no idea you were behind this, that anyone was behind this.
Huh. You really don't get it, do you? Well, this festival is held by the city, meaning it comes out of the taxpayer's pocket. I figured, why not lower costs and hire cheaper construction? But what's wrong with getting compensated for it? The rest of our staff makes these deals all the time. So what's the harm in one little mishap? That sculpture collapse was just bad luck.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. I'm calling the police.
What? Go ahead and do it. But I'm bringing you down with me.
What?
I'm gonna testify that I did it under your orders. Then you'll be ruined. Well, after all, you're the one in charge here. See, I even have the papers you signed. Right here.
Such an unfortunate turn of events. Sorry to say, but you're finished, Mayor.
You're a councilman, aren't you? Don't you want to do the right thing?
As far as I'm concerned, that's whatever's right for me.
Well, are you finally ready to listen? Answer me, Mayor.
Be ready.
How can you blame a peon like me? We don't get paid enough for this. This world revolves around money. Money talks, bullshit walks, Mayor.
Faster! Threaten the mayor? Is that it?
I had no idea Mari-san went through something like this. Something so awful. Think later, act now. We've got a real fight in our hands here.
Who's it gonna be? Oh, just to lock people in that. Okay. Psychic, like curse. Okay. You're level 36. That should be high enough. Of course, none of the other ones are here with. Oh no, we do have light. Okay, that's not bad. I'm gonna cancel the boss stuff. It is so much fucking health. This is insane.
mine.
Even spamming that, like, it's gonna be crazy.
Not yet. Let's go. Take this. Right there. See, God, excuse me.
This guy's atrocious. Get out of the flame on the mare.
We're here to set Mom some right. Listening to thugs like you is a waste of our precious time.
Yeah, our gate should be open once we beat him. Everyone do your best.
Oh my god. Hell.
Let me help.
Rad out there!
Everyone's just attacking her from every angle. God, it sucks. There's 10 million of them, they all just target me. Have her get the deal on Thorn.
Sure. Persona! You're mine.
I don't know if we can do this.
Take this.
Okay, Showtime's gonna help us a lot. That's not gonna do much damage, but dude, look at his health. After this whole fight, he's still at like 80%. Look how little Showtime does. Oh my god. She is better to control in the sense that she can get her combos out because she's not like the 3-hit combo person. The problem is she's squishy and when everyone attacks her... Oh, we got Showtime again? Wait, does each character individually have Showtime? Wait a minute. Is that a thing? Yeah, they do. Yep. As you can see the bars of everybody. So actually we can control them for their Showtime. I'll go ahead with the palm passes and all that, but otherwise I'm just gonna... Now we're surviving this. He's almost ready for his. Right there.
Here I go!
Barely any damage to Lockkeeper. God. Alright, that's her turn.
No matter what you do, you should have just resigned and disappeared.
Go down already, damn it!
No one likes a pushy politician.
Obviously, I can't stop him in these tracks. Sadly. But I tuned the allies. I'm not gonna kill him too. Any second now, you're gonna get it. Alright, now we can go back to playing Elemental Game. He's now down to not quite 40%. You. Good, there goes a shield. Give me a little more damage, but not a lot. She's about to have her thing ready again. You're doing a lot better than I expected with the amount of help you had. I say as that happens. Good time.
How truly marvelous!
I'll do that. Shit. Thankfully she got healed.
I'm going to. Single me out. It shows everyone around me.
He's getting weaker. Come on, everyone. Prepare yourself. I will bleed right through your shield. Let me get out. You're nursing. Roger. Incoming attack. Brace yourself. Yours. Leave it to me. You don't have much health left. Hurry up.
You then. Finish him off.
Whoa, that was sweet!
Bam. Okay. Whew.
Okay.
So this is the strength of the human heart.
Yeah,
Shock boost. Okay. You have 3 attacks that you don't need that many. That's a light chance to forget, whereas that's just medium. Same amount. We'll get rid of the medium, so we'll take less damage with the chance to forget.
Oh, that's all of them. We can get into the throne room now.
Who were those guys? They were arguing with the mayor just now.
One was a city employee. The other must have been a councilman. Someone higher up on the ladder. Anyway, it seems this employee accepted an illegal donation from the contractor who ended up building the sculpture.
Payment for landing them the job. In other words, bribery. We don't know if the sculpture collapsed due to a structural issue or a general lack of care. The result is still the same.
Either way, the councilman was in the know. Not only that, he tried using a fatal accident to take Mayor Hyodo's position. Something along those lines.
Unforgivable.
Everything makes sense now. Hyodo overheard this conversation by chance and found out the truth about the accident. Not only was it someone from the city, but even her own staff had blackmailed her.
It's messed up. These greedy assholes only wanted money and power.
Now I have a better understanding of what Hyodo must be thinking. When she found out those around her were immoral, she became determined to purge the corruption above all else.
That's why she's overworking her staff and trying to push her ethics bill through. And on top of it, she's trying to manipulate the people into re-electing her.
Mari-san.
Well, no matter what the reason, the birdcage is finally open. Let's head back to the hideout and discuss the specifics of the calling card.
So, what do we do for the calling card?
Maybe we shouldn't go overboard with it. I don't really see her as a bad person.
Yeah, the real bad guy here is the one who took the bribe.
No, the guy who offered the bribe in the first place is the true villain.
Was it not the shoddy contractors who built the sculpture? And they deserve the most punishment.
You guys sound pretty heated. Who's to say one man's more evil than the next?
So you were here all along.
What's your angle here?
Whoa, why the hostility? You guys forgot about me, didn't you? Why would you not get in contact with me?
Well, now that you mention it... Gramps, you completely slipped our minds.
All right then. Maybe I'll forget to keep you from getting arrested.
Okay, we're sorry.
Forget it. So what's our situation? Now I get the picture. So that's how Mariko Hyodo became a monarch. That would explain your debate as to who was the worst of them all.
What's your take on it, Gramps?
My take is you kids are naive.
What do you mean?
It's clear that Mariko Hyodo was cornered by a pair of rotten scumbags. Tragic, I agree. But what is she doing in response? Isn't it just as wrong to change people's hearts and manipulate them?
That may be true, but...
Furthermore, that accident was her responsibility, being that she's the top of command. Regardless of who did what, a real leader takes the fall.
But even so...
It may be a bitter pill to swallow, especially for a group of justice-loving kids operating outside the law, but the real world isn't so cut and dry. And the longer you keep up this hero charade, the harder it'll bite you in the ass down the line.
Senkichi, that's terrible! Take it back!
Calm down, Futaba.
Come on!
Sorry. Might have overstepped my boundaries.
No, I can understand your line of reasoning. You're saying that the world isn't neatly divided into good and evil. But that won't stop us from fighting. If we give up now, then the people who are counting on us won't have any hope left.
We help people in a way no one else can. That's why the Phantom Thieves exist.
I understand you all take this very seriously. Then tell me, either way the cards fall, you're not letting Hyodo get away with what she's doing, are you?
Correct. We're going to stop her.
Haru.
What Mari-san is doing is forcing her warped intentions onto other people. And we can't let that happen, no matter what the reason.
Right. We're the Phantom Thieves, and we fight for what we believe in. Yes, we're gonna stop Hyodo. But we'll do it in a way that's true to us.
You'll wake her up to the truth.
I have no objections. It's decided then.
Thank you. So how will we send the calling card?
Maybe we could send it over with some curry to the mayor's office?
What are we, a catering service? If anything, it should be ramen.
Might be better to avoid closed spaces, actually. After all, she'll probably be outside prepping for the election most of the time. There's no point sending a calling card if the target doesn't see it. I wonder if we can send it somewhere on her campaign route.
Like somewhere she's bound to pass by. Then how about where the Suzushino posters are? I'm sure she'll have a speech over there.
Good thinking, Haru.
Yeah, and if we time it with her speech, it'll be perfect.
The question is, who's going to place it there?
No. Not again. Seriously?
Thanks in advance, Gramps.
Now hold on just a minute. Didn't I already pull this stunt for you in Sendai?
Consider it a favor, then.
Yeah, for being such a meanie earlier.
Shouldn't you own up to it?
There's no need to worry. We'll make the calling card for you.
We'll be counting on you, Gramps.
You're our only hope. Help us, Obi-Wan.
You little weasels. All right, fine. I'll post the damn calling card.
We really do appreciate it.
How'd I let them twist my arm like this? Whatever. If we're really doing this, it'll be early in the morning. Don't be late.
Hey.
Beach is tomorrow morning. That's when we'll make her aware of the calling card. Only have one shot at this. Let's get prepared.
This is
Got
the
any requests? No. Velvet room. I'll make sure we have our main
Hello,
party out.
Trickster. Awaken your new self.
39, which is new on here. So we don't have space for that. Fine, we'll make space. So you got a wind, we're losing the curse and the psychic. Well, at least have psychic in the party with us, but curse we won't have. This is slightly more expensive. We need 2 slots for that, though. Alright, who was it that we
Performing
needed?
a fusion.
We need Aura. So
You
we
wish
can
to
get rid of
browse
the other
the end?
ones
Please take a
after
look.
I
What will you be registering?
verify. We'll get Bareth. Everyone else we already know about. Alright, Bareth.
Will you register this? This persona has been registered in
Alright,
its present
and then
condition.
now...
Performing
stop
a
it.
fusion. You wish to strengthen it.
In terms of elements, we have 2 fires, 2 nukes. And then, of course, there's Bareth and, oh, it's just Bareth, who's not, like, an element. So I really don't need Bareth. I'll get rid of Bareth. 420,000 PP. That's a big PP.
Performing a fusion. It seems that it can gain new power. Choose which...
Psychic. Otherwise, we have 2 nukes with us. I'll take a curse. So we got fire, light, defense down. We got the buff for the party. Decisions. Man, never using these ever. We should hopefully have less in fire. So I'm thinking one of these. Defense down, or giving us critical and auto evade. I mean, that is very expensive. I think defense down is better.
Is this the persona?
Ooh, I didn't want to
you
register them. Oh well. Fuck.
Now, let us
There's only
begin.
one guy that got registered, so hopefully he didn't lose anything. There were a couple people I had where their registered versions were better than their current versions. It's crazy agility. Very dodgy and high crit rate. Alright. That's everything.
May luck be on
So
your
that's
side.
that. You can check out the shop.
The shipping things are discounted right now. You should
Okay.
buy something.
We can change our party. Just in case we go right into the fight. It was Haru, Morgana, and An. Yeah. Okay. Nothing else.
I should
Save
write
the
something.
Game. Walk outside for a quick sec. I mean, if we have requests, I'm assuming they'd be showing here. I don't have to, like, walk out for them to tell me I have requests, then go in. We don't have any requests, so let's get the foil clover. Or more likely, let's not get the 4-leaf clover. Of course. Alright, send that calling card.
Let's get to work.
Yeah!
Take it we can leave this card contents to you, Haru?
Yes.
I want to show Mari-san how I feel personally. Good evening. I'm sorry for short notice. Can we meet up? I'd like to talk. If you have time, it'd make me quite happy. No one else is here, alright.
I'm sorry to call you out so late.
What's up?
I
wanted to talk to you about Mari-san. It's strange how I couldn't remember Mari-san until now. Even when Hasagawa-san said her name, it didn't quite occur to me who she was. But the moment she called me Haru-chan, suddenly, it felt like a lid popped open in my mind, and my memories came pouring out. I remembered all these things about my childhood, about Mari-san. How could I forget someone I loved so much?
It happens to the best of us.
I think what happened with my father.
Except me, I have
left me
a
more
perfect
than
memory.
realized.
I
All the
never
times
forget
we spent
things.
together. And the moment he passed away, I must have suppressed those memories deep within my heart. At some point, I got used to hiding things away, and I even forgot a good friend like Mari-san.
Must have been hard.
Thanks for understanding. To be honest, I feel like I was running from the past again. A long time ago, I remember tagging along with Mari-san and my father during a golfing trip. I was so happy running around that I ended up tripping and falling. And of course I started crying. Then all of a sudden, Mari-san came up to me and said, "Stop crying and get back up." And that shocked me at first because I always thought of her as an extremely gentle person. But because I knew she was so kind, I managed to stop crying and eventually got back up. I remember thinking Mari-san would never say anything out of place. I trusted her completely. At that point, Mari-san hugged me and said, "No matter how many times you fall, you can always get back up and start again. Never forget that." Can you believe it? I didn't quite understand back then, but I think I do now. There's more to good character than kindness. Being good means dealing with the bad in front of you. It means to take a stand, even when all you want to do is run away. To realize nothing will change if you keep ignoring reality.
Don't be too hard on yourself.
I won't. I think I know what I need to do now. It's too late to save my father. But it's not too late for Mari-san. This time, I can change things around. I want to tell her exactly what she told me all those years ago.
Let's change her heart.
Yes. Thanks for hearing me out. Tomorrow, I'm going to do my absolute best. But for now, good night.
Hey. Why is Haru so upset over Mariko Hyodo? I don't have a heart, so it's hard to understand.
Teaching her more about
People try
emotions.
so hard for others. I wonder if I'll ever know.
You will, eventually.
Okay. I'll believe you. It may seem like a simple concept to you, but to me, it makes my mind go. But I am humanity's companion. I am here to learn and grow.
Good day, everyone. Are we ready to make Sapporo a paradise as pure as snow? Then remember, on election day, please vote Mariko Hyodo!
What is that? A calling card?
Whoa, it's real.
What's going on? Mariko Hyodo, the false empress with a frozen heart. You are a cold manipulator who treats people as tools to be discarded. We find this unforgivable and will end your reign of abuse. In fact, we will take back the desires you stole this very night. This is... Yes, and they say they're going to steal my desires? What a bald-faced lie! Those desires are mine and mine alone!
He's fucking Ursula.
The monarch, I won't let anyone stop me! Very well. I was just beginning to work up an appetite. I wonder what you'll taste like. Perhaps I should gobble you up and find out.
Why are you just standing there? Take these wretched things down!
Wait for us, Mari-san. It'll all be over soon.
Let's do this. Oh yeah.
I'll just add this.
We have a party. Oh, that's good.
Let's go!
Right! We got this!
Climb to the top.
Oh, this is...
Yep, climb it like the others. Fighting here. No. Oh, is this place we already ran through? Yeah, that's why.
Sorry about the wait. We're here to kick ass and...
Oh god.
Silence! Well,
He looks familiar. She had black hair. Tongue sticking out.
Mari-san?
Yep. Right on cue.
What on earth happened to her? I'm guessing this is Hyodo's distorted form.
what do you people want? You had best not get in my way. Oh, I'm almost there. A few more votes and I'll win re-election.
This is wrong, Mari-san. Those votes you gathered by twisting the people's hearts are worthless.
And if you don't stop your tyranny, your staff will collapse one by one. I get why it's hard for you to trust people, but you still have to treat them with decency.
Ah! You shut your impudent mouth! I've done nothing wrong! I will wring out every last ounce of corruption from my staff by working them into the ground! I'll silence all charlatans who betray me! And I will consume every last vote in the city! Whether these people agree with me or not, only then can I build a safe haven, a radiant snow city that sparkles like winter.
Are you happy living a lie?
Listen to him. When you take away someone's desire, you rob them of their agency, the ability to make their own decisions. So what good does it do to turn your loyal citizens into mindless drones? Isn't it better to let them arrive at their own conclusions? To follow their own hearts?
How dare you lecture me?
Good job, Muir. You tell her. Mari-san, say goodbye to the countless desires you stole. Because Beauty Thief and the Phantom Thieves are about to take them back.
Honestly, they're all in my way. This is the last straw. You've made me so very hungry. It's dinner time, and the main course is
Mari-san, what you're doing is wrong. So we'll be taking those desires back.
Well, this is a little unexpected.
What would you know? I will consume all who oppose me, no matter who they are. You either eat or be eaten.
What's with all the food?
Curse and Psychic. So Haru's Psychic. I have Psychic there. We got rid of the Curse. Alright, so I got that. Let's do Haru though. Oh, and immediately almost done.
Leave it to me. Thank you. Your turn.
Not very close to me. See for this though. God, this takes so much damage. I need to stay behind it. God, dude, she hits so fucking hard. I was hitting circle to go above her there. That's what I was doing too. I hit circle. So she's not really near anyone.
What if we use that?
There we go. Doing good damage, but she is hitting so fucking hard, dude. Okay, Joker's down because they weren't fucking healing him. Who has Resurrection? Is it me? No, it's him. He has everything. Okay, I should switch to him, save for SP because she's also a healer. So I'm switching to you. Is that nearby? Oh, I'm hitting circle. Good. Second now. He's down though, so I get a revive there. There's he's my SP here.
Let's go.
Oh, nice, Joker! You hit his weakness! Persona!
You're mine. Let's go.
Let me in! Come, your attacks are useless. I can be ready for anything.
I'll get them.
I'll do my best. Keep it going! Arcane is swinging for extra carnage! That went really well! Oh, that's how you do it!
Sure.
Let me in! Joker got in a follow-up attack!
There's still more. Must eat every last one of you. Haru, why were you right there?
Take this.
I can't see if there's anything. I can't move with this one.
Just force her to spit him out! Aim for the body! Hey, what the hell? You're getting wrecked out there!
You're mine.
I don't know if there's a chandelier anywhere. There isn't. Oh god. Alright, what healing do you have? You only have a single target.
This one! Get ready! Alright, time to power it up! How about this? You've got
I'll do it. Come! Persona!
Gotta exploit the food! It's freezing! Why is there a blizzard in here? I was able to take the heater going! Don't turn it on before we all freeze!
Oh, we're so slow. Showtime. I need it. Holy shit. Almost have the shields down a second time, and she's almost down, but all of her healers are pretty much out of SP, so I'll start using items. I think almost everyone's out of SP. Even there's no chandeliers, like there's nothing I can do here. On's down again. Alright, at the very bottom. Revive on. Oh, it doesn't happen in real time. Awesome. Happens instantly. 40 HP. Sure. Got the all out. See if I can get her to build up her gauge for the showtime. Oh, she has it. So the all out actually contributes to the showtime. Alright. Shouldn't do a lot of damage, but should be a decent amount. She should be almost dead. Probably do like a third of her health there. Yeah, not even a third, like a fifth. We're slowed. She's down.
Sure. Let's go. Take it.
Can't see anything. Dude, I can't get out of this. I can't move. I'm stuck. Hello? Jesus. Alright, SP time. We have a lot of 10, 9s. Let's get some of these.
Okay.
God damn, man.
And your lesson? What?
Come! Take it! Let's go. You're mine.
All that. Almost got it. The slow attack, man. Jesus. I just got the attack out as I died. Just these two left, but we can get it done. Or not. Oh god, he's the last one. It's this slow. Like, this is ridiculously slow and there's no way to remove it. He has one fucking hit left. And dude, wow, it did so much damage. We gotta redo that entire fight now. That slow is shitty as hell, man. That is a shitty slow. God. It's absolutely terrible because, again, the whole point of the game is to conserve SP. But because you're going, whoa, 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 cast, like, that's so terrible. I gotta save these chandeliers. Alright, am I in the right? allow that. Alright, you need to fucking heal.
I like that! There! Thank you! Good job, Mona! It's immune to electricity, plus it's real strong! Watch it
Again. Hoping they heal us, they're just not healing us. Pretty muddy, pretty slow. Yeah, it's crazy, insane slow. Like, it's nuts how slow that is. I was so close to doing it. But I can at least conserve, again, both my SP, but also these chandeliers. Oh, I thought she ate her. She didn't eat her. She just got out of the way. Oh, that's awesome. We're doing pretty good damage right now. Oh, I didn't even notice An was down. Fuck. Alright, gotta switch to you. Resurrect An. Jesus! And then he got down immediately. God, this fucker hits so fucking hard. Where are the resurrection?
Sorry.
Alright, I need to switch to Morgana. I can't switch to Morgana. Party heal. Okay, but right next to a chandelier. Oh, you backed up. Wow. Wow. You were under the chandelier, and then you moved away from it. Now An's down. Jesus Christ. She can just one-shot people. God damn. I don't have healing. An has to heal us.
Enemy's attack power's been reduced. Hey! Beautiful combo, Panther! How was that? Right, I'll do my best. Great job, Noir! You hit him right where it hurts. Good go, Noir! He's fully consumed with rage. Everyone, more your
Break the shields the first time. There. An's about to die again. Holy fuck. Let me just start using healing items. Time. Maybe casting freeze. When was that? I think it's close. That was like 50% health or something, maybe a little less. Pretty sucks. You can't even outrun that attack when they do it. Alright, is this it? No, this is the eat again. Not eating right now, but okay. Got it. We're good with SP, actually. Start killing everybody. Oh, I said we're good with SP, and we said burn through all of it right there. Oh, that did interrupt it. Nice. That's the thing. Most of his attacks can't be interrupted. Like, you have to hit that at the right time. Han's down again. Holy shit. She just keeps dying. Over and over and over again. This is our third time being down. Get away from that. That's good. Because it came after me, the AI was saved. Oh god. Now we're slowed. Now it's gotta burn through this. This is my only thing. So, good thing is our attackers have all the SP. So we're in much better shape now. Just keep spamming all our moves. And I think it's going to be enough because obviously we're going to be breaking its armor. Yeah, we're good here now. So we'd use a ton of items. But we got it done. All out, which won't kill it, but it's going to be very close. We had to use 3 revives, which we have a decent amount of anyway, thankfully. Some healing. I don't think we need the SP ones this time. That's good. Oh no, not too bad with the items we use. So again, now that we knew that that phase was all slow, just conserve all this SP to spam the fuck out of it like this. That's what we learned from dying. Let the healers heal till they run out, okay, but the 2 attackers, they just conserve everything. All the way until the end.
Okay.
A new skill? Well done, this new skill suits me.
We don't need that one. Evil Smile. High chance of fear. That's for a wide area. Play 2 more though. But still, we don't need that. They're both high chance.
Wait! Not yet! I won't let it end this way! I need to wipe out all of Sapporo's injustice!
Please stop! Haven't you done enough?
What?
You're a kind person, Mari-san. And I know you've tried to shoulder all of this alone. The staff member who took bribes, the councilman who tried to set you up, even the girl who died in the accident. Each of these things grieved you, and in order to make a city where none of it could reoccur, you took action as you saw fit. Am I right?
As the mayor, I know very well that little girl's death was ultimately my fault. But my staff betrayed me, all for their insatiable greed. I thought I could leave that awful position behind. Unfortunately, it wasn't as simple as that. Had I gone, I'd only be replaced by greedy scum. That's why I never stepped down. In this world, it's either eat or be eaten. And with circumstances so cruel, I decided I'd be the one doing the eating. Even if every last one of my votes were false, At least I could use them to make the world a better place. But if I was replaced as mayor, who would be there to honor that little girl's memory? An innocent girl lost her life, yet I could do nothing to stop the evil still afoot.
It's not too late to set this right. First, you must tell the people everything that happened. Then can you get a fresh start? But this time, on your own strength.
That would be impossible. I cooperated with those awful men to hide the truth. That way I could continue being mayor. There's nothing I can do.
Stand up, Mariko Hyodo! Are you just going to stay knocked down? You are a kind and strong woman, not someone who collapses over mistakes. So stand up and hold your head up high, because no matter how many times you fall, you can always get back up and start again.
Isn't that...
Yes. You said that to me a long time ago. Even if you told the people the truth about the incident, there are those who would still see the good in you. Don't let your position ruin you. Think back to what you stood for.
She's right, Mayor. You can't give up.
If you tell everyone your side of things, they'll listen.
When my father died, I felt like my heart was going to break. But thanks to the Phantom Thieves, I was able to stand strong and move forward. That's why I know you can too. Remember the part of you that taught me to get back up, no matter how many times I fall.
Yes. You're right. Thank you, Haruchan. What I've done was wrong. I drove my employees to the brink and used a strange power to manipulate the votes. I was so driven by my personal agenda, I lost sight of how I originally felt. And why I ran for mayor in the first place. To make a city beloved by everyone. To give back to the home where I was raised. That's reason enough to take another step. I won't make this mistake again. I never needed this power from the start. Haruchan, you've grown so much. Your father must be so happy in heaven.
Yeah, really Persona's whole theme is like inspirational stuff. It's really all about humanity and how, you know, there's not necessarily a good and evil. Like most of the villains in the Persona games, including this one, they're bad not because they're bad people, but because they had good intentions, which then either got corrupted or they went too far. So that's like the whole thing of Persona. Now, yes, there are actually bad people in the game sometimes. Like usually the end villains are evil, like evil. But most of them do have this thing where, you know, they were good people with good intentions who got carried away and then, you know, went too far. And that's what Persona really is the fact that, like, they attribute it to be like, oh, then they got possessed by a demon and went too far or something. But it's really just a take on humanity, you know. Sometimes there's good and evil, but most of the time, everyone's the same. Some people are a little more mean, but they usually have good intentions, and if you show them the error of their ways, they'll change. That's the whole theme of Persona, from the 3 games I've played now that I've seen. Yeah, you did great.
It was only because you were all with me. But I do wonder if Mari-san will be okay.
I'd say so. Her shadow disappeared like they always do.
Yeah, your feelings definitely reached her. I'm sure her heart has changed for the better. Well, I guess this wraps up the mission.
We still need to confirm that the citizens are all back to normal. It'd be nice if we could do that right away.
Can we grab something to eat first? I'm hungry enough to pass out here.
He has a point. Battles can't be fought on an empty stomach.
The battle's already over, but still.
Hey, can we try Genghis Khan? That delicious lamb barbecue dish? Ooh, that's a must in Hokkaido.
What? I thought we were finally getting lobster hot pot.
Since when did we decide that? Why would we when it's so damn hot out?
But if you think about it, isn't Genghis Khan also sort of like hot pot?
No way! Isn't it supposed to be barbecue?
Well, cooking Genghis Khan does require a utensil called a Genghis Khan pot. And you can't barbecue in a pot.
I still think it's barbecue.
cook it just like barbecue, so... Oh, wait. What were we talking about?
Hey, was that a smile just now?
I like seeing you happy.
Yeah, straight from Sapporo, it's Beauty Thief's award-winning smile.
I'm relieved too. I thought you might be weighed down by all that's happened.
Indeed. She was so weighed down that she met up with our leader for a private midnight chat.
Huh? Were you watching?
Increase ammo count. Oh, okay.
All right,
It's not
Sophia.
too
Find us
important.
the best Genghis Khan in Sapporo. Sophia?
Sorry. Okay, I've got it.
Is this a joke?
What could it be?
What? Everyone seems pretty normal to me.
Their fanatical support for Mariko Hyodo appears to have died down.
I'm glad they're back to their senses. What a drastic change. Just goes to show how powerful a monarch's influence can be.
Hey, guess what? Kyoto-san's holding a press conference right now.
Thank you all for taking your time to gather here today. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to share with everyone. As of today, I will be resigning from office. I do not intend to seek re-election either. During my time as mayor, I've betrayed all of your trust. You may think of me as a mayor who's earned your trust, but in truth, there's plenty that I'm ashamed of. The snow sculpture that collapsed was built by an unscrupulous company that bribed one of my staff. In spite of my responsibility, I neglected to see the finer details and went ahead with the construction. As a result, the sculpture ended up collapsing, and a girl's precious life was lost. Furthermore, I elected to cover up the truth, all so I could save my position. I've been garnering votes I didn't deserve in order to stay on as mayor. I betrayed everyone to protect myself and covered it up by allowing more wrongdoing. I am among the guilty. That little girl, she died because of me. As such, I will have the police reinvestigate the case and offer my full assistance. And again, I will drop out of the election and forfeit my position as mayor.
Seems that Hyodo-san's made up her mind.
I wonder if she'll be arrested.
Good question.
Yoda was afraid that if she wasn't the mayor, she couldn't protect her people.
She could have told the truth and made her underling take the blame, but she was concerned about other evils potentially lurking in the shadows.
I think this turned out for the best. Mari-san wouldn't have wanted to hide her mistake forever.
Zenkichi is on the line.
Hey, you guys see Hyodo's press conference?
Yep, we did.
Yep, you all did a bang-up job. Really, can't thank you enough. They plan on bringing Kyoto in as a key witness regarding the accident. I knew you'd want to analyze her phone, too. So I pulled a few strings, and now I'm her personal chauffeur. At least as far as the station. If you want, I can open up some time for you to talk to her. Just tell me where you want to meet.
I'm sorry. How could you ever forgive me, Kaho-chan?
Mari-san.
Haru-chan. Listen, there was something wrong with me. It's like I was in a terrible dream. I don't know when it was that my heart grew so cold.
Yeah, they're the same role. They are 100% the same role.
When When I became
Yeah, that's why they
mayor,
remind you of each
I
other.
wanted to protect this city and everyone in it as if they were my own family. I remembered.
I mean, except for the going evil part, but still.
Thanks to you, I've finally been able to confront myself, and I realized that I was doing a horrible disservice to that girl. I had lost sight of reality and begun acting self-righteous. Nothing I did was for her sake.
But Mari-san, you were doing the best you could.
No, it's the truth. Had I not realized my mistake, I would have likely continued to hurt even more people. But that's not what Kaho-chan would want. So let me say, thank you, Haru-chan. Thank you for saving this city, for saving my family.
Mari-san!
Your father's recent passing must have caused you so much turmoil. I'm sorry I added to it. But if there's anything I can do for you in the future, any way I can be there, just ask me. I say this because you're a precious part of my family too.
Thank you so much, Mari-san.
Oh, Haru-chan!
I'm happy for you, Haru.
I suppose I must get going. Though I am concerned about the state of affairs I've left our city in, I'll leave it up to my successor. An arrogant wretch like me has no place being the mayor.
Does that mean you won't be involved in politics anymore?
Yes. I'm too ashamed to show my face in public. And at my age, there are plenty of younger folks who can...
Mayor.
You're...
I saw the news. So you're resigning. And you're leaving politics for good?
That's right. I've promised to step down and never...
You can't be serious! Resigning won't bring her back. In fact, it won't change a thing.
Carl.
Nothing can change what happened to my daughter.
Hey, shouldn't we get in there?
Hold that thought a moment.
So you can't. You can't just run away. You need to start over and become our mayor again.
What?
When I was weeping with rage and grief, you stood there and cried with me. Instead of running away, you were there when I needed someone the most. I know your character more than anyone.
Ma'am, thank you for sharing your heart with me. Then I promise to both you and your daughter, I will stand back up and become your mayor again.
Mari-san.
I don't get it. I know this is a sad moment. Everyone is crying, but it also feels warm and kind. How would you describe this?
Yeah, I mean, they both fit. It's kind of interesting. They're similar in the sense they both fit the role of being a goof, but they're completely different types of goofs. And like you said, one's very mature, one's immature. But they fit the role of being a goof. Ryuji is I'd say that he's more of the jock, or I'll just say he's more of the dumb goof. He's a dummy, so he does stupid stuff, so he's goofy. Whereas the other guy is very much like the awkward, clumsy goof. So in the broad sense, I'm thinking they kind of fill the role of being the goof. But yeah, they're very different characters once you actually get to know them. Definitely when you get to know them, for sure. And then their arcs are, of course, much different. This is Joy.
I see. So that's why Haru helped Hyodo transform sadness into happiness, recording valuable data. Sophia has learned happiness.
That must have been the mom of the girl who passed away.
You know, it seems like she really understood Hyodo's intentions.
I'm so happy for you, Mari-san. She reminded me of what Haru said in jail.
There's no need to reenact it.
Yeah, but you played it so cool back there. It really touched my heart.
Well played, beauty thief.
Could you please forget it already?
Indeed, truly moving.
You did good,
That's...
It really was touching.
What comes next? I'll progress until Zenkichi gets back. I recommend we go to the Ferris wheel. Alright. First, let's
just
save
add
the
this.
game, and then I'm gonna go to the bathroom, so I will be right back. Alright, so it looks like we've been with quests.
What is it?
Alright, I'm trying to remember... Who did I romance? Again, this was off stream, so there's no way to... No VOD or whatever, but who did I romance? Anne? Or Makoto? Oh, man, I don't know who I would have chosen. God, because they're both good options. I don't know. If we can only talk to one. No, there's nothing that carries over. No import data or anything like that. I'm just doing this for myself. Well, if I can't remember, I probably want to choose Makoto. So I would have either chosen her or An, but right now, I'm choosing Makoto.
Is something the matter?
What are you gonna do?
Let's ride the Ferris wheel with Makoto.
Let's get going.
I know, it would have been cool to import some stuff. I mean, I don't know how much of it would be, like, other than the romance, like, maybe if you maxed out all their social links, you get, like, a little bonus, nothing too crazy. Like, nothing to penalize people that didn't play or something, but, yeah. Lights are beautiful. Thanks for inviting me. So, am I wrong to consider this a date? You nailed it.
Well,
I thought so. Well, I hope I don't embarrass myself. Sorry if I don't seem my usual self, just not used to situations like these. Now that I'm in college, other girls I know tell me about their boyfriends all the time. Got myself worked up thinking about how they're all growing up around me while I'm stuck being a kid, or something like that.
Oh my.
I haven't changed at all, have I? That's not true.
Do you think so?
You mean in a positive way? I hope so.
I was thinking.
Last year, you all taught me that I had the power to change within me all along. But now I'm seeing the good in things that never change, like how close we've grown. I want to stick with the Phantom Thieves for as long as possible. You, most of all. Why, we have to solve this case and clear your name no matter what.
So I went to talk to Hyodo, but nothing new came out of it. All she explained is that she could control whoever added her as a friend on Emma.
Alright, what about her phone?
Not to worry, I have it with me. Here.
Now that's what I want to see.
After reviewing the facts, I've just about confirmed it. Each of these so-called incidents, I think they all stemmed from a mastermind.
Oh? I'm curious as to why you think so.
Hyodo, Natsume, Alice, all three were changing people's hearts to do bad things. But deep down, none of them were truly evil. At the very least, they're not the same as the rulers who distorted reality for their own sakes and ended up spawning palaces.
I'd been considering that as well. Before Natsume lost sight of his writing, he was diligently working toward his dreams.
Alice, too. She was doing her very best to be a ray of light and hope for other people.
Mari-san was also striving for the betterment of everyone in Sapporo.
Right. They're different from criminal scum like Kamoshida and Madarame, who acted only for their own benefit.
Okay, but how does a handful of not-so-evil monarchs prove there's a mastermind behind all this?
The fact that jails are fundamentally different from palaces provides us a big clue. For starters, jails don't have any treasures for the taking. All we found are people's stolen desires. That means monarchs don't have twisted enough wills to reshape reality and form treasures.
Which would mean that jails aren't created by the monarchs themselves. Someone else must be doing the creating.
Our final clue is the locks on all those bird cages. In order to get to the monarch, we've always had to unlock a door that denies us passage. I had thought this was just a security measure designed to protect the monarch and the desires held within. But if that were the case, why would traumatic memories the monarch would rather erase be the key to unlocking it?
Given that these are cognitive worlds, maybe it means monarchs think their trauma will protect them.
I find that rather odd. If anything, I would think it's the other way around.
Correct. What if it is the other way around? Why might a door like that exist?
Yeah, to keep the monarch confined. It's what the mastermind is using to corrupt them.
Right. I think so too. What if that door isn't to keep intruders out, but to trap monarchs in?
You mean they're trapped?
I thought the monarchs are the ones in charge.
Think about it. What would happen if a monarch tried leaving their cage?
They'd touch the door, and then hear the voices of their trauma?
Exactly. They'll remember what made them so warped in the first place, and stick to their guns as a monarch. And thus, the cycle continues unbroken. The monarchs really are birds in a cage.
From that perspective, the shadows protecting the keys inside the trauma cell hold a far more sinister purpose. They aren't there to prevent the monarch's trauma from being discovered. They're wardens guarding an elaborate system to ensure the monarch's imprisonment.
Let me get this straight. You're basically saying these monarchs are being manipulated, and by virtue of that, there's somebody doing the manipulating.
How's Hyodo-san's smartphone looking?
Nothing wrong with her phone or the Emma installed, but I did find traces of surveillance. Huh, I'll bet it's the same snooper we keep running into, though I'm lost as to who it might be.
So this observer and our mastermind may just be one and the same. Anyone have any guesses?
Our first suspect is Medice, the company in charge of Emma. Since you can't get into jails without Emma, I can't write it off as mere coincidence.
Medice, huh? Too bad we can't just storm their headquarters.
You mean the cops can't actually do that?
Of course not. How could we even put out a warrant on them? By saying they go around turning people into monarchs?
You have a call from Ichinose.
Hi there! Sorry for the relative lapse in communication, but I did turn up some info that I thought you guys might like to know. So I've been looking into Emma all this time, and I still have yet to find any differences between her past and present versions. I mean, this is state-of-the-art tech, not something just anybody could pry open and take a look inside. But then I took a peek at Emma's changelog, and that's where things got interesting. It seems Emma was transported to Okinawa at some point after I sold her to Mediz.
Yeah, it is nice. I mean, not just a callback to Persona 5, but like it really... It shows that Persona 5 was real. It happened. Like the emotions are still there. Little things like that are just... It's just a nice touch. Again, the game has so much love and thought and polish and depth to it in terms of just like everything. Like the writing, the voice acting, the dialogue. All that stuff. In addition to, yes, the combat system, which is the most obvious thing when you say those words, but like in every other aspect too, there's depth and thought and polish. It's just so fucking good. Huh. So Emma was transported to Okinawa. She can't find anything different in the code yet. Interesting. So what's in Okinawa?
Yes, exactly. Why was the first thing that popped into my head. So I dug around some more, and I found that off the coast of Okinawa, on the island of Kokojima, Mediz apparently has a research lab. Oddly enough, its existence is unknown to the public, and when I called to ask for records, nothing came up. Basically, they're running a secret research lab. How crazy is that? So, if Emma's been altered in any way, I would think it had to have been done on that island. Well, guys, wasn't I a super stellar source of information?
Okay. Well done.
Ooh, is that praise I hear? You mean I did a good job? Woohoo! Go me! Well, guess it's bye for now, Phantom Thieves. Please regale me with tales of your adventure another time.
So what did Ichinose-san say? Okinawa? Crystal clear waters? Shisa statues?
Juicy pineapples?
Shinsuko cookies?
Okinawa soba.
Oh, that too! It's that ramen-like thing, yeah?
Guys, can you snap out of it?
If it's an unregistered facility, we could always say we're conducting a field survey. That way we could ensure their cooperation. We may even find proper evidence that could be used in court. It may be well worth going, but Kokojima is a bit far from the Okinawa mainland. Then I guess we'd have to go by plane.
Wait, what about our precious Feathermobile? We've taken it all this way!
That's what you're naming this thing?
Plus, you said it'd be dangerous using public transportation.
Even so, wouldn't it be too complicated to try to reach Okinawa by car?
Give me a sec.
Mr. Miyagi.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, of course I'm aware, but I also have a job to do, you know?
Who's he talking to?
Why would I lie? I'm being honest, I swear. Of course I remember. The thing is, I'm a little...
You got hung up on.
Okay, guys. Plane's a no-go. We're driving.
Huh?
You mean we're going all the way to Okinawa by car?
The thing is, I need to make a stop along the way. So we'll be heading to Kyoto first.
Did you say Kyoto?
Why Kyoto?
Yeah, I primarily work for the Kyoto Police Department. I thought I'd take a moment to catch up, share intel, you know, cop stuff. After that, we head to Kobe. We can take a direct ferry to Okinawa from there. That ought to cut down on time.
But that's still quite a distance, even to Kyoto.
Not to worry, I'll do the driving.
You're tagging along?
Wait, am I to believe that Nijima's been doing all the driving? Okumura, I thought you already had your license.
I do have it. It's just... I don't have much experience behind the wheel.
Plus, Haru's driving is not exactly...
Well, in any case, we're taking off immediately.
If we're leaving from here, you'll need to take the Hokuriku Expressway. The estimated travel time will be...
About 21 hours, give or take.
Gramps is correct.
21 hours? Are you nuts?
You forget I'm an officer of the law? We're badass at driving.
What's with him all of a sudden? It's like you lit a fire under his ass.
Fine by me, so long as I can visit Kyoto at last.
There goes Inari, revealing his true colors.
Alright. Well, ready when you are.
All right then, let's hit the road. I'll get you rascals there in record time.
Okay, so again, we leave, we can't come back, but there's not really anything here. We got the recipes from this boy thing. We'll talk to everyone.
Yo!
The detailing on this thing's unreal. It's a wooden bear. Saw this and just had to have it. More into collecting PVC figures, but this is too interesting. Nice, we got something, so it looks like we're getting souvenirs from this area here.
Good evening.
Bought this at the general store. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, it truly is a road trip, which is awesome. Stopping at different locations. I actually wasn't paying attention to what it was called. Oh, there it is. Null Forget. Ooh. I mean, everyone else has their attack buffs. I put that on me. Do I want Null Forget or do I want the SP? I think Null Forget might be more important. Because since I can like cast any spell, it'd be painful not to have casting. Sure, I guess. Some of the old social links were around though. Yeah, I mean, at least the beginning of the game you saw Sajiro, for instance, but that would be cool too. They just happen to be somewhere or something. But I'm very satisfied with how this game is like a legit sequel. There's so many continuations and follow-ups and whatnot from all the threads from the first game. Like, really awesome.
Yo!
Gramps is driving.
Indeed.
They want to get basically some Red Bull for Gramps so he doesn't fall asleep when driving. Alright. What are they looking at? Oh, the dessert shop, yeah.
What?
So a lot of calories there. We don't need to explore the jail because there is no requests. Futaba told me ghosts have been known to appear here. Of course she said that. Okay. And not really anything else. We can just get the ingredients at the shop.
I should write something.
Let's get to work. Here's what I found.
Obviously, yeah. We have any fusion? I don't know if we leveled up.
Hello, Trickster. Awaken your new self.
We do.
It seems that it can gain new power.
Losing curse and fire. Oh well. Definitely take curse if it lets us a nuclear. They at least share Skills.
Choose which skill to inherit.
Nuclear. Can't take curse. Ah, damn. Alright. Take that. Decreases crit evade, increases crit evade, decreases defense. Get decreased defense.
Is this the
Okay.
Now, let us begin. May luck be on your side.
And that should... Oh wait, no, shop.
What are you? There's a sale happening. Master, how many would you like? You want? Thank you very much.
20.
You want
Ooh.
things for your
Now I
patronage?
get some good heals.
How many would
Find
you
those
like?
revives.
You want things for your patronage? How many would you like? You want things for your patronage?
I need more onions by the rest of these though.
You want things for your patronage? You want put it to good use, okay? You want put it to good use. How many would
Probably
you
stop
like?
once we have like
Thank you
30
very much.
ingredients or
How
so.
many would you like? You want thank you very much. You want put it to good use. How many
Maybe
would you
40.
like?
40
You want
sounds
things
like a
for your
good number.
patronage? How many would you like? You want put it to good use, okay? You want things for your patronage? You want things for your patronage?
These two are over 40. Yeah, okay. Next city.
What are you gonna do?
Would you like me to drive for a while?
Don't worry about me. You just get some sleep. We've still got a long way to go.
Are you sure?
You sure you're okay?
You kids don't need to be worrying over an adult like that. This is nothing for me.
To be fair, you are an excellent driver. The RV tends to shake a lot more when I'm behind the wheel.
I may not look it, but I used to patrol in a squad car. Driving's second nature to me at this point.
I don't think you'd ask to teach me how, so you drove a cop car?
Yep, every day. Back when I manned the police boxes.
How tough is it, being police?
Well, it sure ain't easy. Oh, right. You're studying to become some police bigwig, aren't you, Nijima?
Yes, but I've only just begun.
Wouldn't really recommend it myself. This job's nothing but hell. Your hours are a mess. You get transferred all over the place. Anything goes down at the scene, you get blamed.
Maybe so, but my heart's set on it, no matter how tough it may be.
We'll have your back.
Thank you.
Well, if your heart's set, then do what you gotta do. But as your future senior, I'll share this. The harder you work, the more you wind up putting the people in your life on the back burner. Criminals don't care about your schedule. Tragedies don't care. You'll barely see your own home. Sit on that for a bit. Then decide if the force is right for you.
Well, I am already quite aware. And speaking of, don't you have any family waiting for you at home?
Good question.
Trouble at home.
Aw, can it? Just mind your own business. Let's just say you've got to think about yourself before you can worry about anyone else.
Yes, I suppose that's true.
Hmm? What's up now?
You just reminded me of my father, is all. He was an officer, too. Unfortunately, he lost his life on duty.
I see.
He took his job a lot more seriously than you seem to, but when you boil it down, you two are actually quite similar.
You shouldn't diss your father so badly, comparing him to me. So, Nijima, when you were little, your old man probably wasn't home often either, was he? How'd you feel about that?
Well, in retrospect, I'm very proud. My father was an officer who acted on his beliefs all the way to the end. He taught me that his duty was to keep people from being hurt. It may just be his influence on me, but I think becoming an officer is still an admirable path in life.
If only that were always true. Our ability to help is restrained. The shrewder and more malicious the target, the less we can actually serve them justice. Held back by superiors, held back by the red tape, held back by all sorts of laws. The only thing the police do is obey orders, even when they involve total injustice or an absence of human logic. Basically, the cops I see every day are nothing but a bunch of spineless dogs. And that includes when I'm looking in the mirror.
Yeah, I know. He's very interested in this case. And, like, so far the only logical, I guess we'll say, reason would be, oh, well, I mean, he wants to advance his career. But we haven't seen any actual reason for it, so we don't know why he's so interested. But he is very interested in this case. So yes, suspect. Some cops do good, though.
Sure, like Nijima's pops. But anyway, that wasn't what I was getting at. I meant, when you were still just a kid, how did you feel about your dad rarely being home, Nijima?
Oh, when I was younger? I did understand that it was part of his job, but I do remember missing him still. But at least I always had my sister with me.
I see. Sorry to bother you with all that. You guys had better get to sleep already. If we run into trouble while you're all too tired, I'm the one who'll be in real deep shit.
I slept so much that even sleep's boring now. What do?
Well, is anyone feeling peckish yet? Although I suppose we've nearly reached Kyoto.
Come on, Ryuji! Make us laugh.
Don't tell me to perform for you. I ain't some comedian.
Shit, not now.
I'll answer for you.
Well, I guess there's no reason not to. Go ahead. Make it quick, though. Just say I'm driving, and then I'll call back later.
There's Akane.
Hello? It's way past noon. Where are you? Don't tell me you forgot what day it is. We were supposed to visit Mom's grave together.
Ooh, is this his daughter? Sorry to hear that.
Huh? Who is this? Please give him his phone back.
Sorry, he's driving right now.
Driving? Oh, I guess that makes sense.
What is it? Who's calling?
Is it some kind of emergency?
Why don't you just pull over, Gramps?
Do I hear a bunch of girls with you? What an asshole! You're just out partying right now, aren't you?
Ooh, she sounds pissed.
You really are the worst! Don't bother coming home again. You don't even deserve to visit Mom's grave.
I don't know the details, but is everything all right?
Well, she got the wrong impression.
Yeah, sorry about that. Just forget it.
So, who was that anyway?
My daughter?
Daughter? You have one?
Yeah, damn it. Sorry, time to floor it. Hang on to your seats, kids. Okay, we're in Kyoto city limits. Is this good? I really have to go. Just park this somewhere and check out the temples or something. I'll be in touch tomorrow.
Wait, tomorrow? Where is their overnight...
What in the heck?
He's been in quite the state since that phone call earlier.
Maybe plans to keep, or something.
Yeah, he's supposed to visit a grave.
Based on my deductions, today seems to be the day Zenkichi's wife passed away. He is due at her grave to pay respects.
Zenkichi-san's wife passed away?
That's why his daughter demanded to know where he was.
Oh, Zenkichi. He could have just told us what was going on.
Also, wasn't the way she was talking to him, like, really bad? Especially for today?
She was enraged by the sound of young female voices. She surmised, "You're just out partying right now, aren't you?"
Whoa. Talk about getting the wrong idea.
That's terrible. We need to go straighten things out with her right away.
I mean, maybe we should stay out of it?
We can't do that. We're the ones who talked him into that whole mess.
So we're gonna
I
go to
found
his
only
wife's
one
grave.
cemetery in the vicinity. He will be there.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm late. Akane?
I'm not here for excuses. Go have fun with your girls. Goodbye.
No, you don't understand. I'm on the job right now.
Do not come near me again. Got it? Can't even catch Mom's killer. Can't even look your daughter in the eye? Of course. You refuse to face up to anything, the way I see it. You're no father to me.
Well, you know...
What do we even do? We really crashed that ship. She's really eviscerating him.
This whole thing is entirely our fault. We're the ones who should explain everything.
Hang on a second. Please?
This is all misunderstanding.
What? You guys? What are you doing here?
Who are you?
I'm the guy from the phone.
Huh? And why are...
She's totally suspicious of us. I would be too, but... Sorry to barge in on this, but please, we have to tell you something first.
Why did you come here? I told you, wait until tomorrow.
Well, we are the ones responsible for upsetting your daughter.
Akane-chan, right? We're working a case together, so we were all traveling as a group until he ran off to meet you. Since your father volunteered to handle the driving, he answered the phone instead.
That's right.
So, when I talked to you...
He was driving us all to Kyoto. We're so sorry we upset you.
Oh, I see. In that case, please excuse my awful behavior. I'm sorry for jumping the gun and making a scene like that.
Whoa, she's so well behaved. She's already more mature than Ryuji.
Shut up! But for real, you sure don't seem like you'd be his kid.
You shut up!
So, Akane-chan, you and your dad made a promise about today, right?
We are so sorry he got here late. That's totally our fault, too.
Oh no, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm sorry too, Akane. I promise. I really did remember it was today. It's just... this case is dragging us all over the place, and...
What's so funny? Also, you told me none of this. Couldn't you have simply explained all this to me before today?
She's ripping into him at an adult level.
To think she's so cold to her father on such a day.
You know how the police can't talk about active cases and stuff, right?
That's right. In the Force, any information about a case that leaks to the public could ruin all our hard work.
Come on, just cut him some slack.
Ryuji!
Sure, I don't got a right to talk, considering all the hell I put my own mom through. But he's taking care of you, right? So don't go biting his head off over this.
Yeah, if I did that to Sojiro, it'd probably take him the better part of the year to recover.
I mean, it's not like...
We're not trying to pile on you, though. I'm sure you have your own reasons for what you said.
But his delay really was because of work. Please, at least don't blame him for that.
It's our fault.
I understand.
Thank you, Akane-chan.
We especially regret causing trouble on such an important day.
May we pay our respects as well?
Sure.
Guys, thanks.
Don't sweat it. But don't forget you owe us one too, Zenkichi.
Hey, zip on the lips, cat. I am not explaining all this to Akane.
Don't worry, Akane can't hear a thing. Come on, let's go pay our respects.
So, 2 years. How the time flies.
When we're asking, oh my god. Okay, was it an accident?
It was...
Well, I should go home.
Oh, well, why don't we go together? I'll order some takeout.
No, thank you. I want nothing to do with you.
Hey, Akane!
She's not stopping.
Boy, is she icing Gramps out or what? This isn't just some teen rebel thing.
But she's so polite, too. I really wonder what could have happened.
Hey,
Oh yeah,
sorry about all that.
she's polite
You
to
guys really did save me back there.
people, but then her
I've
family,
gotta
you
get
know,
home,
you treat
but
family
I'll
different.
see you all tomorrow. Be in touch. Yeah?
Fine by us, but you sure you're good to just go home like that?
Don't worry. She's just at that age. You know?
I know you don't get home too often, but is everything okay there? Akane-chan's eating well and all that?
Yeah, my wife's parents are just next door. She just shuts herself up in her room every day.
I was wondering,
From what
like
they
she's
tell
left
me,
alone.
She always
Okay.
eats in her room. Easy packaged and stuff.
Really? It's that bad?
I'm always at work, so I really don't know anything about her diet.
She's a growing young lady. I hope she's at least eating well.
I mean, I send her money at least. She's already a third year in middle school. I'm pretty sure she's set in her ways.
3rd year middle school. Oh, okay. That's like 13, maybe? At least for me, I was young, so maybe 13, 14, give or take. Okay. Huh. Well, we shouldn't leave her alone.
Yeah. After what we put her through, I want to at least do something nice for her today.
Her dad's taken decent care of us so far. Why don't we treat him and the kid to a nice meal?
That's a great idea. I'd like to speak more with her. We can even help cook.
Sounds like we'll need to stay over tonight. Let's make sure we pick up plenty of groceries.
All right, everyone, after Akane.
Huh? Wait a minute! You can't just invite yourselves over like that, damn it! Hey! Hey, you damn kids! Are you seriously crashing my place? Am I just talking to myself here?
Akane-chan, could you please pass the potatoes?
Oh, of course.
No need to
And it
be
is
so
a minor
formal
thing,
with
but
us.
you know, that would be I'm assuming Japan,
Real?
most other countries don't have, you know, the same
Thanks.
school structure. So I'm sure that was a translation from whatever grade it is in Japan to American.
Sure.
And it's small, but most games would not get that right. They
they
still
seem to
call
be
it,
getting
let's just say,
along in there.
intermediate school or whatever it
Warming up
is.
to
Like,
us, huh?
small
Seriously,
thing, but
didn't
again,
think
those
that could
minor
happen when we first
details.
met her.
They really pay attention to everything. Yeah, in Japan's exactly. In Japan, it's different. In many countries, it is. I think it's in like Europe or at least England or something. They call like intermediate school as middle school. I don't know. But it's cool. Like again, these are things that you don't think about, which you shouldn't think about. But still, I'm noticing it. There's just so much, again, polish and depth. Like everything is actually translated well. Now, of course, you can then debate. Oh, well, this is taking place in Japan, so did you want to change it and all that? That's okay. But you know, we're at least complimenting it for what it did. It translated it to the seemingly American audience, although this is probably the same translation for foreign countries that speak English too, but whatever. Yeah, very, very good English translation team. Yeah, I would assume so, especially because, yeah, their games are, you know, Japanese first. And that's awesome. Let's see. She's a good kid.
I can no longer sit idly by. I want to help too. I've got it. I'll find an award-winning recipe and...
Chill your circuits, Sophia. The curry always tastes good when you make it together with someone.
Is that so?
I can't believe you've all raided my house like this. You guys have some serious nerve. Although... I can't remember the last time this place felt so alive.
Hey, so... Gramps? You don't gotta answer if you don't wanna, but... What happened with Akane's mom?
Vehicular manslaughter. A hit and run.
So that's what she meant. She said something about the killer too, right? They ever get caught?
No case was ever pursued. Any suspect is way out of my reach.
They're out of reach? Huh.
It's none of your concern.
What the hell does that mean?
Sure, but...
Hey, would you help put the finishing touches on this?
So someone in like a high position might be a suspect? That's what I'm reading from that. Huh.
So good.
Maybe she was like a
these
lawyer
vegetables in Kyoto make curry
or
so
something, and it could be
amazing.
like a high position in a criminal syndicate. Or, huh. Okay. Now I'm intrigued. Could have been a journalist and maybe like, you know, a high political figure. Who knows?
Yeah, I knew he'd lose it.
Curry that moves diners to tears? I wish I could try it.
How would that even work?
I want some too, but it's still too hot.
Don't worry, Morgana. We'll be sure to leave some for you too.
The brains of the operation thinks of everything.
I'm quite jealous of you, Meowgana.
Excuse me? Meowgana?
Meowgana.
Who are you talking to?
Just myself. Anyway, how's our curry, Akane-chan? Do you like it?
Is it good, Akane?
It's delicious.
Good! I'm glad.
We'd better keep our mouths shut here, Sophia.
Oh, man.
Oh, did you just come up with a new dish?
Sweet.
I can't wait to try it out.
Alright, new recipe.
Oh, man. I could eat this all day. Time for another round.
Not today, Futaba. I'm taking another helping first.
All right, break it up. There's still more than enough to go around.
It really is good. Do you think I could make it by myself?
I mean, yeah. Put in the practice.
Right. I'll do my best. Mastering this isn't easy. You'll have to learn how to curry your weight in the kitchen.
Oh, I've got an idea. Want to take a bath later, Akane-chan?
Huh? A bath?
That's the best way for us girls to get to know each other better. I can teach you all the supermodel secrets to glowing skin.
Really? Oh, that'd be great. I'd like to learn those too. Mind if I joined you?
Come on, how big do you think the bathroom is here?
Yeah, now I think about it, they're sharing a bath in a normal bathtub? What? I guess one person's like
Saved
sitting
my ass back there.
outside the bath, the other one's
Place
like
may be cramped,
brushing her
but
hair or something. You know what, Scott? We totally take us guys definitely take baths together all the fucking time. That's nothing new for us. Glad it worked out.
Who the hell would ever guess the Phantom Thieves are a bunch of softies?
If someone is suffering, it's only right to provide aid when possible.
Yeah, we just do what we know we gotta do.
Help the weak and crush the strong. That's the Phantom Thieves way and always will be.
And we never forget when someone provides us a meal or a roof. Ever.
Oh, really? At any rate, I still wanted to thank you guys properly. It's been a long time since I've seen Akane so happy.
So, Gramps, about what we were saying earlier.
Sorry. A whole day's driving, finally catching up to me. You were saying, Sakamoto?
It's nothing.
Sorry, but I gotta hit the hay. Would you guys mind hanging out with Akane in her room for a bit? She's into some kind of online thing lately. Something to do with some show about her faves? Clearly, I don't know anything about it, but I'm sure she'd be happy to fill you guys in on it.
Roger that. We got you covered. Hear that? We've accepted a mission.
Good God!
So, this is my room, and yeah.
Okay.
Is this really all Phantom Thieves merch?
Huh.
I didn't even know they made this much stuff.
Well, they are real famous, you know. I'm pretty sure some of these were only posted on super obscure websites, too.
There are even some handmade ones.
It's too much, isn't it? I know, it's lame.
No, that's not it, Akane-chan. You're into the Phantom Thieves, yeah?
Huh? Well, yeah.
How neat! We're all the same then. Huh? You mean you're...
Yup. We're, huge Phantom Thieves fans.
Right! I love the Phantom Thieves. Go Phantom Thieves! Change their hearts and all that stuff.
We are the Phantom Thieves. Yeah. Go Phantom Thieves.
Really? Awesome! I'm into the Phantom Thieves because they seem like the only ones changing this crappy world for the better. They're not just fighting with their lives to save the people in trouble. They inspire people to be stronger, too. They've got up to 8 or 9 members, but all their identities are still a mystery. From the footage gathered online, they all seem so cool.
Interesting. So
I
that
can't help but wonder
includes.
who they really are.
Well, 8 would be Morgana. Okay, so maybe it's still not
Especially
including
the one
the
who's always in the middle.
new
I
guy.
think he's the leader.
You too.
So mysterious and dreamy.
Yeah, he is. That's so sweet.
You really do like the Phantom Thieves, huh?
Damn, Akane-chan is so awesome.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to rant like that.
Got Superman syndrome, since you
It's
know.
no problem at all.
Especially
I'd
me.
love to hear
It's
more
just
about the
me
Phantom
with a
Thieves.
mask that covers my eyes almost.
Oh,
Same very distinct hair,
you know,
although
maybe I
could be
could let you
common.
in on the show.
What show?
What show?
It's a live stream that's sort of all about the Phantom Thieves.
Oh.
Oh, how interesting.
Yep. Sounds like a great show. Okay, just give me a sec. It's almost time.
It's been some time since we last met, fellow Phantom Freaks. Let us enjoy our time together tonight, Phantom Thieves superfans across the world.
She mentioned a stream, but I didn't realize she was the streamer.
What? It's like a
So we've got
totally
Twitch
different
section going on right now.
So this is the online thing she's into?
I think she's doing the voice for that action figure.
Is she copying you?
That's not what I sound like.
It is time to express our gratitude for the Phantom Thieves from the bottom of our hearts.
The channel has over 50,000 subscribers.
That's easily a mid-tier account. I bet she's pulling in a decent income from this.
Oh, that's impressive.
So there are other supporters of the Phantom Thieves beyond the fan site alone.
It's embarrassing to admit, but it feels kind of nice.
My dear freaks, I'm sure you're aware of the Phantom Thieves' celebrated comeback. As of today, 3 more incidents fitting their MO have surfaced across Japan. This is cause for celebration. Let us welcome the return of the Phantom Thieves with open arms. Ha 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 ha!
She really acts the part.
Maybe she's just in an extra good mood? Her dad did come home today.
I have to agree. She reminds me of when my own dad would finally come home.
Really? You streamed like this too? What did you call it? Fist of the Phantom Channel?
You really want to find out?
No. Sorry.
Well, that's
basically what an episode's like.
That was great! You're an excellent showrunner. The spectators seem really into it, too.
Oh, thanks. I've been doing these ever since the Phantom Thieves first popped up last year.
Kids these days are so impressive.
Really, Grandma? I admit, my grades are kind of slipping. I should probably scale back on the live streams for a bit, especially with high school entrance exams coming up and all.
In that case, would you like some help studying?
You mean it?
Of course. Would anyone mind?
Fine, sounds good to me.
Oh, thank you.
And you could do that with the parentheses anytime you deal with factorization.
Wow, thanks, Makoto-san. You're a really good teacher.
I'm glad to hear this is helping. Okay, on to the next one.
Good thing we left this to Makoto. No way we would have been any help.
Yeah, they weren't exactly falling over themselves for us to help out anyway.
Thank you so much for doing all this for me.
Oh, it's the least I could do. We had to make up for intruding last minute and everything.
Oh no, not at all. I mean, like, I'm glad you did. It's been a long time since I hung out with someone.
What about your friends?
Well, I grew up in Tokyo, so I don't really have any friends here.
Really? I thought your father was in the Kyoto police.
After Mom's accident, he transferred here from Tokyo. He said it's because my grandparents live here.
He seems like a good dad. He probably didn't want you to be all alone all the time.
Yeah, that's not it. He just wants to blow me off and go get drunk every night. Not just that. Mom was murdered, and he won't... I'm sorry.
It's all right. You've been through so much, Akane-chan.
I've just been so depressed ever since Mom died. I wasn't having fun with stuff like I used to. Before I even knew it, all my friends had ditched me.
I see.
But nowadays, I'm doing a lot better thanks to my subscribers. But when I'm not streaming, I get really lonely.
You wanna know something? I lost my mother when I was young.
Huh?
At that point, my father had to raise my sister and me all by himself. Not only that, he was a police officer too. He would always be home so late, if at all. It happened so often that I really believed for a while that he didn't care about us. But one day, he was struck by a vehicle during an investigation, and he passed away.
I had no idea.
I had so many regrets at that point. I especially wished I'd shared more with my father. He had worked so hard for our family and the public, and I never thanked him at all for it. I just thought over and over, there's so much I wish I could say. I know it's not my place to speak on your father and your relationship, but even still, I wish you could find a way to not blame your father for his work.
But he... It's nothing. Sorry.
If it's okay with you, would you tell me what happened between you and your father?
I saw him. The man that ran Mom over.
What?
But they never arrested him. His secretary left behind some suicide note. Apparently it said, "I'm the one who ran over that woman."
That doesn't... If the police had an eyewitness, they'd never make such a huge error in their investigation.
That's what he said. At first. Eventually, he gave up on it too. Him and the rest of the police. None of them listened to me. And I told them so many times. Why? Because I'm just some kid? The guy who killed my mom is still out there!
Akane-chan...
He doesn't care about Mom anymore. He doesn't care about me. I know he's just trying to find the next woman so he can get on with his life. I know he thinks I'm just in the way. I wish anyone but him was my father.
Stop that. There is absolutely no way that your father doesn't care about you. I know you've suffered a lot, Akane-chan, but I really believe there has to be some sort of explanation for this. Hasegawa-san may seem like he doesn't care. I have a feeling he does. In his own way. Just a bit ago, he went through a lot of effort trying to reunite a lost boy with his mom. He's been there for us as well.
But that's just...
I really mean it when I say Hasegawa-san reminds me of my own father.
Are you serious?
Even when I couldn't see him, he was always giving it his all for my sister and I. His family was always on his mind. And that's why I think your father's always working so hard as well, Akane-chan.
Really?
His face looks so much happier when you're around. It's completely different from when he's out in the world. That should prove just how important you are to him. You're the biggest thing in his world. Pushing him away isn't going to make you feel any better. It's only going to hurt you more. Instead, you should tell him how you really feel. Tell him everything, so you can't regret it later. No matter what you have to say, I know he'll listen to you. I'm sorry. I just wanted to help.
No, that's not it. My mom, she...
Please, forgive me. I really didn't mean to do this to you. Feel free to talk with me anytime you want. I'll be there for you whenever you need it.
Thank you.
Why is Akane crying? Is she in pain?
You'll get to it one day.
Really?
Akane-chan. Thank goodness Makoto was here.
That poor girl.
Both Akane and Gramps are really torn up inside.
We ought to get to bed. We've got a long journey ahead of us tomorrow.
Yeah, my heart's all warm and fuzzy now. I'm gonna sleep like a baby.
Those kids. Well, Akane, I've got to get going. Once the case is through, I'm gonna take some time off. What do you say we take a trip somewhere? How about we visit a theme park?
I'm not a little kid anymore.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Shit, it is tense here.
Oh boy. Getting these two to open up is going to be a real hassle.
Come on, be real with them.
Don't. Come on, please, just stay out of it. Aw, are we still feeling pouty? Don't you think it's time to grow out of the whole tsundere thing? You too, Futaba-chan? Come on, quit it.
Will we ever be able to truly reunite father and daughter?
Just give it a little more time. I hope they find the opportunity to bond.
I'm sure they'll make it. Right, Akane-chan?
Yeah, I guess.
The time has come. If we wait any longer, the ferry will depart before we arrive.
Sounds like we have to get going. Take care, Akane-chan.
Oh, thanks for everything. Here. It's like a Kyoto souvenir. I mean, you guys did so much for me. So...
We'll hang it in the RV.
Promise to come back soon.
Of course! Next time, we'll bring tons of snacks and we can stay up all night gossiping.
We can share a bath again, too.
Reach out to me anytime you like. I'm looking forward to hearing from you.
Mm-hmm. Got it. Have a good trip.
What about Zenkichi?
I guess. Be careful.
Is that it?
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I'll be careful.
Whoa! Sure seemed to work for him, though.
Wow, how pretty! It's like a field of shining blue jewels. Oh, I know I'm gonna cry.
Now this is a sight to see. I'd love it even more if we were just here for a casual trip.
What do you think, Sophia? Pretty nice.
So this is the Okinawan Sea. How pretty. What's it like under the water?
Very pretty.
Okay. I'd like to see that for myself one day.
Man, ain't riding on a big-ass ship like this so exciting?
Indeed. Perhaps my adventurer's heart has been stirred. I can feel a surge of passion within.
Okay then, no wasting this opportunity. It's time to get in formation. Ryuji, on your hands and knees.
Huh? Am I what?
And you, Mona, get on my head.
Okay.
What is this?
Feast your eyes on the splendor that is the classic movie poster pose! Pendai!
I think you've gotten it all wrong.
Isn't this just some kind of weird cheerleading routine?
I'd call it an impersonation of the town musicians of Bremen.
Just why did you need me for this?
Hey, you! Get down! That's dangerous!
You guys are so stupid.
We finally made it. We're on that ship forever. I still feel like I'm on the waves.
It was quite the rare experience, being surrounded by the dazzling sea like that.
So this is Kukujima, huh? There are more people than I expected.
Right? I was picturing something closer to an untouched island than all this.
This actually was a pretty quiet place until just a few years ago. But eventually, some folks cooked up a mass migration plan. They even had a slogan, "Find your new tropical life." All of a sudden, a population under 200 people suddenly explodes to nearly 1,000.
The port area is really quite lively. It has a bit of a resort feel to it.
Sounds like summer vacation back on!
Come on, you know we're not here to screw around. First thing we do is head for the research facility.
He's right. We should start there. I'd like to get the investigation underway as soon as possible.
There go the two cops again.
Case has to come first.
We can enjoy our free time here once the case is solved. Our current objective is the lab Ichinose found.
Okay, let's go! Which way?
Hit us with the deets, Sophia.
Huh? What's up?
I wasn't able to find any information regarding the facility.
Well,
How is
his
that possible?
secret
Well,
classified.
Ichinose did say it wasn't exactly on the level, right? Maybe we just have to track it down ourselves.
I'm sorry I couldn't help.
If that's the case, we should ask around and see if we can find any locals who know about it.
Who do you think we should ask first? Oh, maybe the shopkeepers know something.
Ooh, I spy a souvenir shop. I'm gonna buy something for Soju.
Wait, Futaba! I'll join you in the search for native crafts.
Hello, Commissioner? It's Hasegawa.
What's the situation? It's unlike you to go dark for 3 days straight.
My apologies. I was on the ocean. I couldn't get a connection.
The ocean?
The investigations led us to Okinawa. Supposedly, there's a research facility here with ties to that Emma app. This was the best lead I had. I brought the Phantom Thieves along with me.
Any chance of locating concrete evidence there?
It's too soon to tell. I'll start by questioning the facility staff. If I find out they're trying to cover their tracks, though, I'll have to escalate the investigation. And I'll definitely need you to send backup, if that's how it pans out.
Fine. Keep me posted. We're still looking into Medivh on our end. I'll let you know should anything turn up.
Thank you, ma'am.
Remember, Hasegawa, the Phantom Thieves are not solely in your pocket to help you track down the perpetrator. You are keeping them close for when we are pressed to present a culprit. When the time comes, you will turn them in immediately. Don't get too attached. Is that clear?
Understood.
Interesting. Because we saw that before in the sense that she said don't be attached because they still might be the culprits. Now she's making it seem like even when they find the real culprit, they're gonna pin it on us anyway. Okay. And with that ominous note there, we will save the game and end it here for today. But we are now in Okinawa. Getting to know our new, he's not really a party member, but our new friend a bit now. So it should be kind of interesting to see where this goes in that front. Because you have to think, again, even when we find the culprit, how are they going to pin it on him? Because they can't say, oh, he was using the metaverse. Like, they're going to have to skew their way somehow. And again, she's hinting that they're going to pin it on us. But she also has no idea about the metaverse or anything. So that's even without any knowledge. She still wants to pin it on us. If she ever finds out about it, she won't believe it. So we'll see. Yeah, I know. Exactly. So that's going to be an interesting premise, in addition to exactly like who's behind it and all that. There are some very clear culprits. Again, I'm going with the theory that, and they're already talking about it now. It's not like it's a revelational theory or anything, but it seems like the culprit is targeting people who have passion, so they have like a very intense desire. Everyone has desires, but it's the people who have like a very intense desire, the strongest desires, a passion. They're targeting these people that have passions, and they're corrupting them through their, traumas, to then make them steal the desires, which then the main guy's probably taking for themselves. So we'll see who really is behind it and why. But again, game's been fun. I'm really enjoying all the aspects of Persona continued here. A legit true sequel is really, really awesome. So definitely looking forward to more of it. But we'll definitely have to do it next time, because for now we have to end here.